Hello guys, and welcome back to 7 Days to Die. I am your host, Raven126 Entertainment. Let's get the party started in here. Ha! Let's get the party started in here. Oh! Let's get the party started. Alright, enough of that. Okay, so we are back to the impossible build, and if you guys will bear with me shortly, I'm going to turn the sound up on my phone that I use to monitor your chat. I just want to make sure there's no problem in audio. I use to monitor your chat. Yep, there we go. I heard it perfectly. Slight delay, but we have audio. Okay, guys, so, first things first, I want to apologize. I told you guys on my last Impossible stream that I would be live today, Wednesday, which is Wednesday, from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. It is currently 6 p.m., so an hour later than I anticipated, and I want to apologize about that because I'm going to try to stick with a consistent schedule, and yeah, your guys' time is important to me. So first things first, sorry, I apologize about that for being late. With that said, I am going to honor, my commitment that I said I would do a 6-hour stream. So we will do a 6-hour stream. So instead of ending at 11 p.m. tonight, we're going to go all the way to midnight. So with that said, okay, let's get into it. If you guys tuned in for the last stream, we were, I think, about 70, maybe 75 to 80% with the MDF right there, which is the military detainment facility. We have already finished that. We're at 100% on the military detainment facility, so now we are currently working on the CDC. So I want to go and show you guys what the MDF looks like now. And we just finished up, a few projects that we had that was left over, but they're finished, so yeah. Alright, and it's best to see the MDF from the outside first. That way you can get the whole experience. And if you guys wonder what this is right here, this is not going to be a part of the build. I am using this to keep track of how many blocks we use for the impossible build right there. I originally was going to keep track of everything, like, all the food that we ate, all the water and everything, but folks, I had the best of intentions to doing that, but let's just say it is very, 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 very time consuming. Because when you switch from one item to another, you gotta run all the way from the work area over here, back here, put the item in its correct box, grab the new item, run all the way back over there and start work. And this is the impossible build. I don't ever expect us to be finished with this. I know we will make a lot of progress, and it is going to be an awesome journey. So I'm glad you guys are here for the ride. So that's what this little area is. We're no longer keeping track of everything. We're just going to keep track of the steel cubes that is used for the impossible build right there. We've used steel cubes in the build of the MDF, and we'll also use it in the CDC and whatnot. We're not including that in our numbers because these are just supporting facilities to the line, the impossible build right there. So we've just about used a full stack because this was completely full when I put it here, which is around 40,000 steel cubes, and this is what we have left so far of just that right there, and making the line down to right here. So all that right there is almost been around 40,000 cubes. So with that said, all right, let's get into chucking this baby out. Yeehaw! Okay, all right, this right here is our MDF, which, as I said, stands for Military Detainment Facility. Basically, the story will begin when the zombie apocalypse broke out. This building was already in place. It was going to be like a mega community. But when the zombie apocalypse happened, it was already started and far along, and the military, set up with the CDC on the other side over there, and they're screening people. And now this isn't going to be like a mega community for the well-off. This is going to be basically a safe haven for the living population. But you have to go through the military detainment facility. But before you do that, you go through the CDC over there. The CDC over there will check your temperature. They'll check, your body, which it might sound bad. Some people might not like it, but they need to check your body to make sure you ain't bit in any type of way. And that includes seeing parts of your body that you normally don't expose to strangers. I'm sorry. Hey guys, this is life or death right here. So it's, rock out with your socks out. So once they've did all of that, they're going to hold you, for a certain period of time to make sure, you don't have any, diseases develop over the next few days and whatnot. And then after that, you'll be transported from the CDC, which is on the other side over there. You'll be transported here to the MDF, the Military Detention Facility. And what will happen here is they will hold you and basically, determine if you're a threat or not. They'll look into your background. They'll monitor your behavior to, make sure you aren't aggressive or, any type of threat, to the, civilians on the inside here. Because like I said, this is going to be a safe haven, and you don't want to allow, predators or criminals or anything like that in there, because you'd be letting the, the wolf into the sheep's house, and baby, that ain't happening. So, okay, all right, man, let's get into seeing the MDF. But yeah, man, we got this cool little chain link fence here, and we got these notice authorized personnel only. Now, if you guys have visited the army bases here in 7 Days to Die, you will see that they have like a red authorized personnel only sign, basically stating, like military or whatever. Those are not in the creative menu. What you see in the game, there is a lot of that you can't build in creative. The fun pimps have overlooked it, or they've, did on purpose. Who knows? But there is a lot that you see in the world that you can't build. And this right here is the best that we can do, to, make this look like a military base, unfortunately. So, but, I think it serves its purpose. I mean, and if you guys look, I got it, on every other fence post, because I like symmetry. At first, I literally had it on every fence post, and it just didn't look right. I mean, I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and I got an eye for detail, and that just didn't look right being on every fence. So, I broke it off of, all these fence posts and now it's in every other one. And I decided it's like, well, something needs to be back here, like a warning. So I put that danger landmines sign right back there. And that is not just for show. This is a legit minefield. Look at all those mines, baby. There ain't nobody getting in this mug. Okay. And, then we got our little Hesco barriers right there. And we got our concertina wire and, our sandbag bunker positions. We got, a guard line right here, that is fortified. That way, if this area comes under attack from marauders or the Walking Dead or whoever, they could mount up a defensive position right here along this, and they'd be good to go. Okay. And we got the little jersey barriers or the concrete barriers right here. That is to stop any, marauders from trying to, ram into the fence, which if they did, I mean, it would be pretty stupid because, yeah, they could ram into the fence. And if those jersey barriers weren't there, one, they're going in the minefield, and the minefield is absolutely going to destroy their vehicle. But then they just ram the Hesco barriers right there, and dude, they'd never make access. But it might be a suicide bomber, or a VBID, vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. So you never know. It's nice to be safe. So that's the reason we got this right here to stop vehicles. Hourglass Enigma, what's up? Lurking multiple streams. Hourglass Superstar. Thank you. And last time that I showed you guys, I didn't have these two right here. And I also didn't have this concertina wire back there. But, I always, not only double check stuff, triple check it, quadruple check it, infinity check it and everything. And as I was looking over this, I kept looking over it, I was like, this right here, it just looks too plain. So I put those right there, to prevent, from people from ramming through, try to make entrance. And I think that looks a lot better. And also this right here to stop, pedestrian traffic. Because there ain't no way you're going to squeeze through that with all that concertina wire right there. Because that stuff right there would stop the devil himself. No kidding. So, okay. All right, let's get into it. And this right here is our barrier for the CDC. I can't remember if we had this up the last time we streamed or not. I think we did. I think we just had this perimeter wall right here. I know for a fact we didn't have this chain link fence up and have these barriers right here. This road definitely wasn't here last time, and the tent, the check-in area definitely wasn't there neither. But these right here are we got soldiers on duty, and this right here I'm gonna have like a elevated position right here, a walkway, so the guards can, or soldiers, can walk back and forth and, observe, everything that's going on, make sure there ain't no threats to the facility. And this guy right here is just a show of force, and these cats right here, they're going to be our scientists, but the reason they're all dressed up in the army gear is because they're actually soldiers. But, they're part of the medical corps, though. So, they're soldiers. Or, they're doctors, but they can kill people, too, because they're soldiers, So, yeah. And this guy right here, he's not no doctor, though. He's just another soldier that's there, making sure nobody gets inside the CDC right here, which we haven't built yet, that doesn't, belong in it. And that's, as you guys can see this is one thing, absolutely, yep, It looks like we got a floating helicopter up there. Trust me, folks, we don't. This right here is one thing I absolutely hate. I got my graphics and everything on the absolute max, and yet this shit still happens. Now, I understand this is console. Man, I get it. Yeah, I mean, it's a next generation console, but it's still console. I've got this thing on the highest settings, and yet it struggles to load all the stuff in. I absolutely despise that. I hate it, and it literally aggravates me. Granted, we got a lot of stuff going on here, but even still, come on, baby. Guyver, woo! What up, Guyver? But okay. Oh yeah. I forgot to show you guys. That right there, like I said, was our check-in for the CDC. We also got our air conditioners right there because our people are going to be nice and cool. And we got a little electrical out or electrical, junction right there to power those bad boys. And we got another soldier right here on, duty. Right here, we're going to put up, like a road closed sign. Because basically, people aren't going to be able to drive this way. This is just for, like authorized use only for, like the military, CDC, and I forgot which controller I was using. And it is very evident this is the POS controller, which stands for piece of, and I'll go ahead and stop right there because we're trying to curve our language here at Raven 126 Entertainment and see if that helps with the monetization on YouTube and whatnot. See if our videos get pushed a lot more. Rage King 34, what up, bro? Other than me, what's impossible? Oh, Rage, this right here is impossible, baby. I consider this the impossible build. Basically, Rage, it is the same thing we're doing, the line, except for the reason I call mine the impossible build is because mine is a lot wider than the line is. And this right here goes all the way up to the heavens. It goes to max height, which from this elevation right here, what is this elevation? This elevation looks like plus 61. Yeah, plus 61 meters. So this right here, I counted the blocks, and it comes up to like 190 something blocks. So what's that translates to is there is going to be 19 freaking floors in this bad boy. And on the line, we're only doing 3 floors. So, yeah, once again, the impossible build. But how you doing, Rage Monster? What's up, baby? And for those of you, in chat or whatever, watches this after, the Rage King is one of my fellow Death Kings, and we're actually building a similar project to this, called The Line, and, yeah, it is super awesome. But, back to the tour of the complete MDF. We got the use of deadly force. Has been authorized signs right here, and we have vehicle barriers right here. These 3 little, cylinders right here, when they flip the switch, goes right on up, which is currently in the lock position, and then when they flip it, it goes back down. That way people can drive through. So, but we got a guard position right here, and surrounded by Constantina wire, and look at that right there. There ain't no way nobody getting through that. And if they deserve, I can't even talk today, baby. And if they do, they deserve access. Because if you can make it through that hell, you know what? I'll give you a free pass. You deserve it. because you got heart. Okay, and that right there is the end of our minefield right there. And as you can see, there's a razor wire all along here. That way, protect the soldiers, from anybody trying to do any saboteur-like espionage events. And we got our soldiers on duty right here. We got ourselves a nice little gate. Got a guard light right here, searchlight. And what do we have here? We have the Sergeant at Arms, or the NCOIC, which is a non-commissioned officer in charge. If I could learn how to speak English, it would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, we got water cooler right here, so the guys out here on guard duty, they can come into the sergeant's office and rehydrate when they need. We got our little radio desk, all that good stuff. That way he can monitor what's going on. We also got light. Now I said the MDF is 100% complete, which it is, but I'm not including electrical in that. Electrical is going to be its own little monster, and that will literally be probably one of the last things we do before we start the line project, the impossible build over there. Is once we get this Rage King 34, nice brother, hey, what up homie? But once we get this, the CDC, the army base that's going to be right over. What the fuck happened? God dang it! Oh, I hope I was at least 5 minutes in. Well, there goes the no cursing. Yeah, I was 22 minutes in, so we should be good, baby. I'm good, just doing sound at church tonight. I'll be lurking. Glad to see Raven live again. Yeah, Rich, man, I'm trying to get back to the, trying to get back to it, brother. So I'm sure you know how that is. Slow process, but we'll definitely get there, baby. But yeah, glad to hear you doing good, brother. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and patch this up. I think what happened right here is I was working way up tall there, and some of the blocks came down, and they probably hit this right here and basically knocked it out. So I think that's what happened right there. No biggie though, no biggie. We can fix that real quick. No, you need to copy that one, fool. There we go, baby. And one more. Perfect. Perfect. You are so perfect to me. But okay, back to the tour. But yeah, we got these HESCO barriers right there, and got these, concertina wire, and this right here is all sectioned off. Yeah, man, I think this thing looks pretty cool. And we got the emergency broadcast system going on the TV right there. And search army truck. I wonder what is in there. Fuel, of course. How can a vehicle run without fuel? So, okay, all right, let's check in here. And as I said, we got our minefield right there, and we got two nice young soldiers there on duty, standing guard, protecting our wonderful folks inside the line. Oh, absolutely, brother. Have a wonderful time tonight, bro. How long will you be live today? Actually, Rage, I have committed myself to doing 6 hours, a 6-hour stream today. So I will be ending my stream tonight at exactly midnight. So yeah, a nice long stream. I'm gonna try to capitalize, see if I can get a few watch hours under the belt. But yeah, and this is what one of our little guard posts looks like, or guard bunkers. And we got, radio right here for communications. And we got our, gun safe that has all sorts of firearms for, whatever, situation comes up. We got a rocket launcher in there in case some marauder is trying to, ram the barrier right there. We got that rocket launcher to, kind of, make them think twice. We got, M60 in there, LMG, light machine gun, which is, an oxymoron because anybody that served in the military knows there is no such thing as a LMG, a light machine gun. Trust me, folks, it's not light at all. Nice. I go to bed at midnight on Wednesday nights. I'll be chilling, my man. Okay, brother. Will you have fun at the church gathering? And yeah, man, dude, that sounds super cool, man. Good to see you out doing, things other than, work and all that good stuff, so you can kind of, relax and, find your inner peace and whatnot. So heck yeah, brother, dude, that's good to hear those. So I hope you have a good time tonight at church, brother. Okay, and we also got sniper rifles and our ARs and SMGs and pistols and whatnot. Also got some grenades and yeah, but got uniforms here in the lockers in case somebody's uniform gets tore. And for anybody that served in the military, you definitely know there ain't no guard posts that you're not going to find energy drinks, water, and candy at. There is not a single one on the planet. Trust me, folks. Those three things are always there. You always got energy drinks, you always got, water, and you always got your pogey bait, aka candy. And then this one right here is just a spare locker. We got, your impact driver, chainsaw in there, wrench, flashlight, little baton, first aid, and all that good stuff, just in case. Okay. And this right here, is our live fire area where, like I said, if marauders or zombies start trying to overrun us, they can come here and, reinforce the positions. And we got spotlights and everything. This right here is a little communication area. It is heavily bunkered, because we don't want comms to go out. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Got camo up there. Okay, and this, bunkers or guard positions basically the same, so I'm not going to spend all that amount of time here, but we got a chair in each one because ideally there'll be two soldiers on guard and one will be up here, manning the post, looking, make sure there ain't no threats and all that good stuff. The other one will be down here chilling out, sitting down in a chair until it's his turn to go up there. Because normally on, guard position, you have, like what they call 50-50 security, which is basically 50% of your amount of soldiers is, like literally on duty. They're actively standing there. They're actively looking for threats. And the other 50% is what, they're in downtime. Basically, they're still there, but they're chilling out, relaxing. They might be eating pogey bait, candy, or they might be, watching YouTube or whatever, because dude, they're there, but they're chilling because they're on duty, but they're not. They're relaxed until it's their time to go up there, and then they gotta quit chilling out, and then they gotta be on duty and whatnot. So normally how they do that, it's probably about an hour on, hour off. So if there's two in that position, I would go up there, for the first hour, and be the body in the open spotlight, check and make sure there ain't no threats or anything like that. And basically, I'd be very observant for that hour. Then after that, my buddy would come up to relieve me, and then I'd go down there, sit down their chair, eat candy, play video games or whatever. I mean, that's how it normally works. So, absolutely not relaxing. Always a new problem popping up. Ha ha ha. Well, I mean, yeah, but that sounds like something that would be good though, Rage, because if you're using your expertise and sound and whatnot, I'm sure that definitely gives you a sense of accomplishment because you're definitely helping your organization. So yeah, dude, that sounds awesome. Uh, like when we stream, there is a weird new problem on your toes every time. Have fun, man. Hello, chat now and in the future. Hourglass, you alright? And at Gava, what up, Hourglass? You good, man? Alright, cool. And just chat, talking amongst yourself, which is absolutely awesome. Yeah, here's another position. I said the MDF is complete. I overlooked that, and I will fix that right now. I forgot to put the soldiers on duty right here, but that will take no time at all, and we will fix that problem right now. There we go. There we go. There we go. And there we go. And what might I put? And no, we won't put one there. Okay, and this guard position basically the same as the other ones, except for this one actually has a table in it where they can eat their meals or whatever. So yeah, pretty cool. And we got our ammo storage right here, which this is just a very limited supply because ammo supplies in the military are very vital spots. Saboteurs would love to blow up these positions because then that base would be out of action because they ain't got no ammo to fire at the enemy. So this right here is always a high value target for enemy saboteurs and whatnot. This right here is just a little small cache of ammo that is stored right outside this line. That way, if they come under attack, they got enough ammo to sustain themselves without getting overrun before more ammo can come in and more reinforcements. So that's what these right here are. And we got one for this position over here also. And this right here is our eye in the sky, basically our security tower. We got cameras all the way around there. That way they can monitor. That little nifty position right there. And I already showed you guys the bunker. Or the Sergeant Arms tower. And here we go. The MDF. Military Detainment Facility. And Rage said something, but I'm not certain if that was to me or if it was to Hourglass. It gives me a purpose for sure. I haven't used a mixer yet, so I am definitely lost here on the board for sure. I try though, at least my stream and OBS knowledge is helpful. Oh, nice. Nice. Heck yeah, Rach. That's good to hear, brother. And we got 5 people up in chat. Just want to go ahead and say thank you to everybody in chat right now. that includes all the lurkers out here. We got mad respect for all the lurkers here at Raven 126 here in town. So this right here, wait a minute, I need to show you the inside here. Yeah, dude, this thing is super cool. Got bulletproof glass right here, windows so the soldiers can help you. MDF is where I am found. MDF. Oh, military detainment facility. Oh, okay. Okay. This right here is going to be our arms room for the MDF, which basically on the inside here, there's nothing. It's just dirt on the other side of this. I would open this for you guys and show it to you. You're just going to have to trust me. There's nothing but sand behind this door because this is a powered door, and electric is literally going to be the last thing that we hook up. And so yeah, we can't get inside there. So, but yeah, there will be a switch here right on the wall when we do have it connected. That one of the soldiers here on duty will basically flip the switch, and it will have the door open. Then you could go inside in the arms room there. So, but yeah, like I said, that goes down there. This is our basically service center that helps out people that have business here. And this is their little bathroom. Nice little comfy bathroom. One thing I gotta say, folks, man, I don't like the way the Fun Pimps did this. I really wish there was a clean version to like the toilets, the sinks, and the urinals, because I mean it wouldn't be that hard to code in a second version of the same thing, because you have several versions of the same thing, like for chairs, for example, you got like 10 colors of the same exact chair, so it's not that hard to code in a different version of the same thing. Basically it'll just be a second color, but instead of dirty you have clean, because I would love to use that here, because this is a government installation. It's ran by the military. There is no way this would be acceptable in the military. I mean, and you folks are going to have to trust me on that because I have first-hand knowledge. If your urinal looked like this, or your sink looked like this in the military, you would be having a very, 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 very bad week. I'm not talking about you'd be having a bad day. You would be having a bad week. So, yeah, I just wish, like I said, the Fun Pimps would have, had that in there as like a second color. You got like the dirty, and then you got like the clean. I think that would have been super cool. Maybe I can see if there's mods of clean stuff for us. Lurker mode activated. Time now. All right, Rage, brother, you have a good one at church. Man, seriously, thank you for lurking, and I sincerely hope you have an awesome time tonight. It is good to hear that you actually get away from the house and the streaming and all that stuff, and you actually get away from work because I mean, all that stuff. I mean, it takes a toll on us. So I'm glad to hear you get to do, a few other things besides that, because I mean, that is what life is, truly for. So dude, when you told me that, I was super excited to hear that, brother. So, but okay, guys, back to it. Yeah, like I said, this is our service center. Well, the soldiers will, take care of the, guests, that like their family members or whatever are being held here, or like let's say one of the workers that was building the line, uh, you know, basically had a rough night, got drunk, and started trashing a place or whatever, obviously he'd have to be detained and he'd go to the drunk tank, and obviously there would be a fine to pay because this is civilized society and you can't behave like that. You have freedoms, but in society your freedoms are uh they're sort of waived to a certain extent because when you live on your own out in the wilderness, you got all the freedom in the world. You want to run around butt naked? Hey, well, dude, you're literally in the middle of the wilderness. You got all the freedoms you want. If you want to run around butt naked, go for it. But when you live with society, you have a contractual obligation to society. Yeah, we don't want to infringe upon your freedom, but when you live amongst others, you have a contract with society that you will behave in a certain manner. Therefore, if you want to run butt naked, you can't. If you want to run around butt naked in society, do it inside your house with the doors locked and the windows closed. Nobody will say nothing. Or you can move out to the woods. So, yeah. Uh, and we got like a nice little wall safe right here. Because like I said, I was, talking about, the drunk tank up there. They'd obviously have to, pay a fine and whatnot, and all the, money would, go down there in the safe. And this right here is also where, the CDC, once people clears the CDC, they're going to be black bagged, which is, hood put over their head where they can't see. And then they're going to be escorted by, several soldiers into here. They're going to come through here. And this is, secure position. So obviously you don't want them seeing what's going on, which is why they're going to be hooded or black bagged, as we like to call it. And then they'll come inside here. Obviously this is locked for security purposes. They'll be coming up here. And right here will be our first of our detainment facilities. And this right here is going to be for single people or our VIP, clientele. Because this right here, there is not that many cells. There's just two bunk. Well, no. There's four. Wait, no. Wait, how many? I need to learn how to count. Jeez, it's been a long day, folks. Okay, there is 6 bunks. There's 2 bunks. Wait a minute. No, there's 4. Wait, no, 6. Guys, yeah. I'll get there eventually. It's just been a long week. But yeah, so there's 6 bunks over there. There's 6 bunks right here. And each cell obviously has, a toilet and, a faucet. And there might be those that say, hey, yeah, there's no privacy, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, dude, man, I'm sorry, when you're under observation, to see if you're a threat or whatever, I'm sorry, you got to give up some of your freedoms, I don't want to be a tyrannical person or whatever, but it's about safety at the end of the day. And you got 2 soldiers up here on duty, and they'll monitor these upper cells to make sure no crazy shenanigans are going on. And 2 cells up here. And for those of you that are wondering, hey, Raven, there ain't no mirrors in there like there was down there on the first floor with the soldiers guard bathroom. It's like, yeah, you're absolutely right, because the mirror could be broken and the glass, could be used to stab somebody or kill them or anything like that. So yeah, you are absolutely right. There are no mirrors. But yeah, I think this looks cool. Okay, and I said this is because there's a limited number of cells here or beds. So this is for single people and also the VIP people. And the VIP people would be people that are coming in that have expertise skills. Like, for example, if they were a doctor or if they were a brain surgeon or, like a power plant engineer, stuff like that, highly specialized skills. Those would be people that we would consider VIP clientele because those type of people, we want that expertise inside our safe haven because that knowledge is going to be extremely rare and you definitely need that knowledge. Okay, and this is the second military detainment facility confinement area, and this right here is what we're going to call the FHU, which is the Family Housing Unit. For those people that are coming in that have families with them, like they got a wife and like two children, three children, or whatever, they will be coming in here. They won't be going down to the first one. They'll be coming in here, and we have security cameras up in here, because this is a more kind of like a safer area to say, because normally people with families aren't likely to be aggressive or criminals or stuff like that, because if their parents, normally, unless your wiring is extremely screwed, as a parent, you're specifically wired through nature to care for your offspring. So they ain't gonna be trying to do no craziness or shady shit like, a single person would that would be downstairs. So this has less guards, but it's got more cameras. That way we can still keep an eye on, see if there's any trouble going on. But let's go inside here. This has three bunks also, just like the other ones, and they're dormitory style. But just check out this attention to detail. There are not two bunks that are sleeping the exactly same position. Because if that was the case, like if this guy, his head was right here, his feet was right here, and if this guy's head was right here and his feet was right here, that would, create an uncomfortable situation. Because maybe this cat right here has smelly feet, and this cat right here doesn't want to be smelling this cat's smelly feet. So we'll put this guy's head right here, his feet right here, and this guy's feet right here, and his head right here. That way, it creates, a better, situation. And it's the same thing up here. This guy's head will be right here. This guy's head will be right here, and their feet will be in opposite directions. So yeah, I think it's kind of cool. And if you're wondering, this guy right here won't be able to smell this guy's feet because, the big distance up there, a separation. But yeah, and we do have a bathroom inside here, and they actually have privacy inside these, because like I said, this is the FHU, the Family Housing Unit, and they're going to have small children, teenage children, stuff like that. And hey, we don't like no weirdos, So, the kids when they go to the bathroom, dude, I mean, they're going to have privacy. I mean, because we're not savages here. I mean, yes, this is a very secure facility, and rightfully so, because there's a zombie epidemic going on. But even still, we aren't monsters. We aren't going to lose our humanity because, children should have their privacy. I mean, so, yeah. So, okay. And this one is like a more glam, because this goes straight to the ceiling and it's not as short as the other one, but instead of three bunks, this one will actually have four bunks, and there's plenty of room up there on that fourth bunk. So, and we got our ventilation system right here. That way it could be blowing in hot air, cold air, whatever. And like I said, these bathrooms very standard. This one right here will kind of be the guys. What? No, 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 no. This is the female bathroom. Because it's the toilet. It's got the sink, and this one right here will be the guy bathroom. Okay, all right. Let me correct that. Okay, guys can also come in here because if they gotta take a shit, they ain't gonna be able to take a shit in the urinal. But if okay, if guys gotta take a number one, all right, this will be bathroom number one, and this will be bathroom number one and two. One and two for females, because obviously, women can't, piss in urinal. And guys obviously can't crap in a urinal because, hey, dude, that's a no-go. So this will be bathroom one and two, and this will be bathroom one. So if a guy has to go number one, bam, right there, quick and done. And that way he won't be inside here going number one because look at all these beds here. There's going to be a lot of people in here, and a female, like a mother, or maybe a female child, you might have to go to the bathroom, and they would have to wait on you since there's only two bathrooms. So yeah, so okay, and there is that. And that is our second containment facility. And that is all the, housing that we have right here. And then we're going up to the roof. Okay, what the hell is going? Okay, that's not supposed to be like that. Did it run out of fuel? Come on. Yeah, yeah, it ran out of fuel. Okay, all right, folks, we will fix that. Okay, this is our generator room for the roof. Obviously, the roof is going to be, monitored. We got cameras right here. They're all looking at us right now. Hi guys, you're on Candid Camera. But now, all right. Sorry guys, I'm a clown. But yeah, like I said, this is our power facility for our rooftop right here, and I wanted to paint this right here just so I could be able to see this because unfortunately, when you're flying in the helicopter, you think you'll be able to see this massive thing from a distance, but unfortunately, you can't because, like I said, this crap doesn't render in the way it should. So I painted this, red and white stripes, and also got these landing lights, uh, so I could, see better when choppering this at nighttime, which is currently at nighttime, so that's a plus. So I'm gonna do a test flight for you guys, and then I got danger right here or dangers right here. That way nobody comes up to the roof and they're like, "Oh no, there I go off the side of the building. I'm dead." No, no. Okay. All right. So, okay. First things first. Our guy hasn't ate today or drank anything, so we are going to fix that. We got pure mineral water and gumbo stew is on the menu. Okay, so with that done, let's take a test flight for you guys, and let's show you what the landing pad looks like. So, all right, here we go, folks. Okay. Need to rise a wee bit in elevation. Okay, we're just going to go up there and we're going to turn around. Okay, we're getting a little bit too high. Giggity. Damn it, we're not Snoop Dogg here, folks. Okay, here we go, here we go. Alright, let's start lining it up. Okay, we're going to start... Oh, nope. Alright, we need to kick in the afterburners. Come on. Oh, dude, that ain't working. Oh, the afterburners are dead. Okay, no worries, no worries. Okay, we should be getting close. Come on, come on. Oh, there it is, right there, there it is, right there. Come on, kick in the turbo burner. I know you can do it from here. You just gotta press the L1 button. I swear this game is so finicky sometimes. No worries. There we go. Alright, perfect. Okay, so nice landing. I mean, the helicopter's not, the prettiest spot, so, okay. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. While I was driving, I should have showed you guys the height of the impossible build. Because I always like showing that, because, dude, this thing is stupidly high. Okay, come on, throw it down. Alright, there we go. Okay, so we're just gonna circle around this bad boy. That way you guys can see the height, how tall this thing is gonna be. Dude, this thing is stupidly tall. Come on, climb, buddy, climb! Climb! Okay, we're getting almost at max height. We're just about at the top. Okay, right here's the top, folks. Right here's the top. There we go, baby. There we go. Jesus, look at how freaking tall that thing is. Tell me that is not crazy, folks. That is why we call this thing. Ooh, we're going down fast. We are going down. Houston, we have problems. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and land down here. And I'll go ahead and park this bad boy later on. That way you guys ain't got to sit through all that. But yeah, so that right there, like I said, this right here is an impossible build. And it's got, supporting structures, which we just showed you the MDF, which is 100% complete. Other than the electricity, because the electricity we are going to do at the very last. That way we can get everything wired up and set up at the same time, because electrical, that's going to be, a long, drawn-out process. So, yeah. Okay. All right, now we are getting to the actual the CDC part. So, and I already showed you guys what we had done right here on the CDC. Obviously, we got this road right here. I do need to put up the road closed sign, so let's go ahead and do that. Bump, bump, bump. Signs. Okay. And of course, the game would not make it that easy on me. Let's go ahead and see if I've got this thing freaking saved. Hopefully, I ran across it before and saved it. I am not seeing it on my saved file. Oh, got construction cones. Not that construction sign. Okay, alright. I think it's called something construction. Okay, construction. No, damn it. Okay, okay. Okay, so you want to be difficult with me, eh? No worries. So, how is everybody out there doing in Chatland? Hopefully, you guys are having an awesome, wonderful day. My day has been actually quite splendid. So, man, I hope your guys' day is going the same way. Because life is very difficult, as we all know, and we all deserve a peaceful life. Okay. It shouldn't take too long to find it. Okay, okay, nope, that's not it. My controller keeps on screwing up and goes past multiple pages because it has a stick drift crap. There it is, doing it. Okay, guys, if you guys will literally give me 1 second, I am switching out this controller because you guys do not deserve to sit through this BS with this trash controller. So, alright, 1 second, folks. Okay, alright, turn controller off. And I need to mark this one, like trash controller. That way, if I'm streaming, I know not to use. Alright, turn off. Okay, alright, that one's turned off, and this is a good one. Or better one, I should say. Okay, alright, cool. Okay. So now we ain't got to worry about it skipping through a million pages because of stick drift. Okay, these are pipes. These are porta potties and ventilation ducts. And once we do find it, we're just going to go ahead and favorite it because something that we use once and that I could see myself using again in the future, which that construction sign I'll definitely be using a lot. That will be favorited. That way you don't have to ever search for it again. I could have, in all honesty, I thought I favored it, but yeah, my brain's not there sometimes, folks. Unfortunately. Oh, this right here, we do need to favor this because this will get used multiple times. Okay, so we click on it and then click favorite. All right, there we go. All right, so now that is favorited. That way, if I don't want to look for it, all I got to do is click on my favorite button and everything that I got clicked favorited will be inside there. That way, I don't have to search through these 82 pages of items. Let me tell you, folks, it is very, very helpful when you do that. Okay. And Lolock said for certain, I was almost for certain, that Favor did that last one. Like, see this right here, this hospital bed, this bunk bed made, and also this king size bed. I got all of those Favor did because I've already used some of them. So okay, where the hell is this thing at, man? A lot of different options, folks. And yet, like I said, this isn't everything in the game because there's a lot of stuff in the game that you don't have access to on creative, which is very unfortunate. But you just have to make do with what you got. Okay, I think it's getting close. Okay, we're under pictures right now. I'm pretty certain it was in that general area. Okay, yeah, these are guardrails. So we're close to it. I know it was in this area. These are all the tents. Okay, nope, that's work PI. Okay, no. None of them. There it is. There it is right there. Okay. Alright, let's fix this problem. That one won't have to deal with it again. Alright, favorite. Okay. And that right there, folks, is what we was looking for. Okay, let's go ahead and close that. Okay, there we go. And let's put those traffic cones on either side of this bad boy. I could have swore these lights used to flick off and on. I think they must have did something with one of the updates or something. Because I'm pretty certain these things used to flick off and on. That sucks. Oh, guys, it's always something. Always something. Okay, alright, so now, yeah, we got that. And it's saved under our favorite position or favorite section. And here are the traffic cones. There we go. There we go. Yeah, hell, that looks cool. I like that. Yeah, road closed. And then, the guards on duty right here. If there's a government vehicle that comes through, they'll just lift this sign up, place it right over here. That way the vehicles can drive on around and right on through there. So, yeah. Which I will demonstrate for you because I think it's kind of cool. Okay, there we go. Open up, sucker! Okay. I need to throw some of this stuff in my thingy away. Okay. Alright, so there we go. Okay, so obviously... Whoop. You know, like I said, the guards would move that, but we're going to pretend like, you know, it's already moved or whatever. So let's just pretend like we drove through there like normal. And then we'll just, you know, ooh, shit. And after this, these guys are going to give me a sobriety test. But yeah, you would drive right here, and there'd be another, like a little checkpoint, like right here. And then I think the way I'm going to do this is have like the road and like a barricade curve over this way, and then curve around this way, and then like immediately back this way, and then onto here. Because basically what that is doing is you don't want a straight line from like right there to right here. Because if somebody did have a VBID, you know, a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, they need distance and, you know, a space from right here, just driving. Dude, this is the shit I'm talking about. Come on, render in the stuff, game. What? Okay, they would pick up plenty of speed from right there to right here to ram in this. And obviously, once they got in here, they wouldn't have first-hand knowledge that, you know, the vehicle barrier was here. So immediately they would hit this. But depending on the amount of explosives that was in the vehicle, literally this whole position right here is done. This soldier's dead, he's dead, these three guys are dead, those two guys are dead, the sergeant at arms, or the instill IC right here, he's dead. And you know, you might think it's like, well, that is horrible. Oh yeah. This guy, he's dead. But you sit there and might think it's like, oh dude, that's absolutely horrible. Well, it sounds like it's not even working. It's like, no. It is working. But I mean, there's still going to be deaths though, but it is working. Because what you want is you want as most distance from the point of explosion to the target, and the target would be right here. All these people inside the military detainment facility, this right here would be what they would be targeting. And if it exploded right here, yeah, the shock wave and shrapnel might still hit that building, but it's not going to do anything to it. Whereas if we didn't have this vehicle barrier right here, and we also didn't have this 5-ton right here, yeah, somebody could ram through the gate, they could, you know, run over the guards, and they could literally crash into the fence right here and blow up. And the VBID blown up right here could be catastrophic to the building. And those of you that are familiar with history, I'm going to go ahead and say April the 19th, 1995, Oklahoma City. And that's literally all I'll say. Because those of you that are familiar with history knows exactly what I'm talking about. And as a result of that event, government buildings now have barriers around them to try to separate the structure from any vehicle that could be parked next to it. The bigger the distance, the safer the building is going to be. So, yeah, that's just a lesson in security and safety. And now, guys, we are lucky our channel is going to blow up, because now we're going to have the Department of Homeland Security tuning in our shit. Yay! Okay, no. Okay, alrighty. So we got the check-in facility. We got that built. So now what we need to do is start building the inside here. I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and build that like a vehicle barrier, just so I can see what that looks like. And then once I get that, I'll be able to build the other, uh, the other projects in here. So, and how we build, guys, is we always use wood blocks, because I like to use wood blocks. That way I could see it like in person, because I have a loose concept in my head of what I think it should look like, but it's always more helpful to me to, build it out using like wood blocks, and then once I see it, if I say yes, that looks absolutely awesome, then convert that to steel blocks, than it is to start putting it down in steel blocks, and then once I see it, yeah, guys, that looks like absolute crap, and then literally have to spend 30 minutes to an hour breaking it out. So, yeah, that's just a little DIY trick or pro tip that I've learned along the way, guys. So, okay, let's see. Let's start building this thing out. Okay, yeah, that's even, so... Alright, now let me make sure. 1, 2, 3. Ah, damn it, come on. Okay, no, that was wrong. I needed one more over. Okay, and this is why we build everything out in wood, folks. Because I already messed up. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, there we go. Okay, bum bum bum. Okay, alright, so 1, 2, 3, that's 4, that's 5. Get out the way, fool. There we go. Okay, okay, alright, so let's walk this out. Okay, so do Oh yeah, I like that. I like that because there's not very much distance from when you're turning the curve right here. You only have this short distance right here. That way you can't really accelerate. and try to ram too far. And yeah, yeah, okay, okay. I think I like that. I like that. Okay, so all right. Now that we walked out, let's drive it out because we test everything out a lot before we commit. That way, try to save uh, time in the future of redoing crap. Okay. Ah, come on. Oh shit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so they definitely aren't going to be able to speed through there. Okay. I think once I get the actual barriers up, it'll be a lot easier because the truck will hit the barrier and bounce off of it. And but yeah, because driving these monster trucks, I do the driving mechanism for the monster trucks in the game. I just absolutely hate it. It's so yeah, yeah. It's a lot easier to drive the motorcycles. Do we have a motorcycle? No, but let's get one right quick. Motor. Oh, right there, motor. Okay. Ah, damn. Okay, all right, favorites. All right, let's turn that off. All right, there we go. What's that bad boy? And that'll be a lot easier to drive. Oh, damn it. Of course, it's got put fuel in it. Yeah, see, motorcycle's a lot easier to, yeah, drive. Okay. And that's one thing about the game, the Fun Pimps. Why the hell didn't they put a fucking kickstand on the bike? Why? I do literally since June the 25th, when they released the new console version, I have hated this aspect of the game ever since day one release. Why not put a kickstand on there, Fun Pimps? This looks like absolute shit. No person that owns a motorcycle is just going to toss it over like it's a piece of shit. Why? Put a damn kickstand on the motorcycle so it can stand up. Oh my god. It's just little small things like this that, because it's about the detail, folks. And that just tells me, whoever on the Fun Pimps, staff, that had a hand in this, they didn't have a very great attention to detail because they obviously overlooked that aspect. Because this does not look good at all. Not a single bit. A bike laying over like that? No. It's just little things, folks. Because details is what helps sell something. And that would be so much better. That motorcycle would literally blow me away if it just had that damn kickstand. Okay. All right. Let's get back to building. Rant over. Okay. Bump, bump, bump. Okay, so we're gonna need the Hesco barriers, and I do not see them here. So let's go to our favorites. I know for a fact I have them in my favorites. There he is, right there, right there. Okay. So what we're going to do? Yeah. We're going to do it too high. And we'll do a concertina wire across the top. And for those that play the game and that are actually, liking what I'm doing or whatever, and you're like, hey, I'm going to use that in my build because I also play the game. You guys have heard me call these HESCO barriers several times. The reason I call them HESCO barriers is because that's what they're really called in real life. The U.S. Department of Defense, the Army uses these worldwide at its bases, around the world. Like for example, when we were in Iraq, Afghanistan, we used these, and they were called HESCO barriers. Now the game, I believe these are called military barriers. So if you guys are looking for them because you plan on using them, yeah, these are actually called military barriers. That way, if you plan to use them in your build, that way you know what they're called. And also, I keep mentioning the concertina wire, or aka the razor wire, which I don't have any of it right here, but it's right over here. I will also show you what that's called. That way, if you guys plan on, this stuff right there, that stuff that I despise. If you guys plan on using that, let me see what that's called. Okay, so it's going to be there. I have several of them because there's several different variations. They're called barbed wire spindle. 1 meter, which I think the barbed wire spindle, I think that is basically 3 blocks wide, and I think this barbed wire spindle 1 meter is just like a single block wide. So if you guys got something that is massive, use a bunch of those 3 block wide ones. And then when you get towards the end where you can't put another 3 block wide one, then you'll just use like one of the ones, and that will fill it in, make it look legit. Expluzo Raven, what's up? What up, Expluzo? How you doing, brother? Okay, so but yeah, I just wanted to show you guys what those are called, because like I said, I keep referring to these as HESCO barriers and also concertina wire, and in real life that's what they're called, but in the game obviously calls them something different. So I didn't want to confuse anybody. I am good. How about you? Expluzo, baby, I am doing absolutely wonderful. I got busy towards the time I was supposed to be streaming, because I told everybody on my last stream that the next time I would stream would be Wednesday, which is today, and I would start streaming at 5 p.m. And unfortunately, life got in the way, and I wasn't able to stream until 6 p.m. So it's an hour later than I said. But I am going to keep my word. I am still doing a 6-hour stream today. So instead of ending at 11 p.m. today, we are going to end at midnight. So yeah, I'm doing actually pretty well. Cool. That one got damaged. That one must have been one that I ran over 6 hours. Yeah. Because my videos have been getting pushed a lot as of late, Palooza. So I want to try to, make haste while the sun is shining, so to say, and try to get, some content out. Because my goal is I'm wanting to be monetized by year's end. So yeah. Okay, alright, that one is also damaged. Man, I must have hit a lot of these. Nice, brother. I see you're so close to 100. Yeah, the subs, to be honest, ooh, excuse me, my apologies. The subs I really haven't been worried about because the hardest part is getting that watch time because 4,000 hours of watch time is extremely difficult to get. So that's what I've been more focused on, and I think as I get, ooh, dang it, that sucked. I think as I get about halfway there, which I'm getting real close to it, I believe watch time, I'm currently sitting at, I think, 1,400 hours for the year. So I think once I get to 2,000, which will be halfway there, once I get to that point, then I'm going to apologize to all the viewers. It's like, hey guys, I've never done this, but if you could please subscribe to my video, I would greatly appreciate it. That way, towards the end, I still got 2 more thousand hours of watch time. But me asking that, at that point, it won't run anybody off, because it's like I'm begging or whatever. But at that point, that will give me enough time to get those, 1,000 subscribers. And yeah, dude, then monetization, baby. So, and I've also started trying to curb my language because I am very free spoken and I was in the military and military members tend to curse a lot. Uh, but a fellow YouTuber that is actually monetized let me know that how like monetization works, or the YouTube algorithm is YouTube has an monitoring process where they basically listen for profanity for the first 5 minutes of your stream or your live or your upload or whatever. And if they don't hear profanity within the first 5 minutes, then you're basically good to go. As long as you don't say anything off the wall that's like racist or any of that craziness. But if you were to say "oh damn" or "oh shit," or whatever, it's not going to hurt you because that monitoring thing has already ended after like 5 minutes. So yeah, so I'm actually trying to censor myself, so to speak. Which isn't a bad thing, because vulgar. I mean, it has its place, and maybe sometimes when you're trying to, start a career as, like a YouTuber, that might, rub some people the wrong way. So yeah, I mean, we're still going to talk about the same stuff that we always do, but we're just going to start trying to watch our language a wee bit more. That way, we're a little bit more uh, family friendly, so to speak. But no, dude, buddy, how have you been? It's been a while. Hope you're doing good, man. Okay, all right, there we go. I haven't been the best with school and all that shit, you know. Oh, uh, yeah, school. I gotta, be honest. School never really appealed to me either. I mean, I think, it's for some people, and then other people, it's like, no. Man, I've got other dreams and aspirations. I, I mean, don't get me wrong. Uh, Education never hurt nobody, or anybody. I think me saying nobody, they'd be like, well, yeah, that's because you're not educated. It's anybody there, partner. But no, education never hurt anybody. Boy, you know, I mean, like some stuff like calculus and stuff like that. Man, I was realistic. It's like, dude, in the type of jobs I won't be working, calculus will never be used. It's like this. It's pointless to me. It's not very useful, for my situation. Now, if I was planning on working at NASA and shit like that, yeah, absolutely. Calculus, rocket, trig, all that stuff. It's like, yeah, absolutely, you better know that shit. But it's like, you don't need to know that stuff when you're, going to be working, construction, unless you're an engineer, obviously. Engineers got to, be very, well versed in mathematics. But yeah, I mean, your regular, jobs or whatever, it's like, you don't need to learn that crap. I think school needs to balance itself. This is just my opinion. I think school needs to balance itself between teaching like classical education, and what I mean by classical education, this is just my own, definition that I'm calling it. Classical education, like you need to know your sciences, your, English grammars, your, social studies, your history, and all that crap. You need to know all that. That's what I'm going to call your classical education. But then you also need your real world education. Like schools need to teach people how to like start balancing checkbooks. Schools need to educate people on, hey, this is how you build your credit and real life stuff and how you manage your books. For example, how you manage your weekly finances. Like, okay, this week I made, let's say, $750 after taxes. How am I going to budget this for the week? Because there's a certain percentage that you need to be saving. There's a certain percentage that you need to be investing. There's a certain percentage that you need to be set aside for retirement. And then you got your food allowance. You got your, buy whatever the hell you want allowance, which basically, for most people, it just translates to you give yourself $20 a day and you can, buy whatever the hell you want with it. You can buy, like a soda, a candy bar, or whatever, that way you don't feel too restricted. But yeah, schools need to teach that crap, man. I mean, because, yeah, the classical education, as I like to refer to it or call it, obviously that needs to be taught, because if we forget, our past, we're doomed to repeat it. So we definitely need to, learn our classical education, but we also need like real world education as well, sex education, for example, which I know they teach sex ed in school, but dude, they need to, be a lot more on it. It's like, dude, okay, it's like, if you start having unprotected sex, this is what happens, and show, like a teen mom or whatever that absolutely hates her life, I mean, because, that right there, it's like life has consequences. I mean, I ain't trying to be, like a killjoy or anything like that, but I think if we were to, educate people a lot more, I think our world would be better prepared to handle the shit show that we call life. Because, folks, life is not easy for anybody. I mean, so. But yeah, Plizzo, man, dude, I'm sorry to hear you're not doing good with school, brother. I mean, that dude, that definitely sucks, man. Dude, one thing in school that I absolutely hated and could not for the life of me find any interest in it whatsoever. I was never a fan of science. I just could never get interested in that field. I mean, I had so many science teachers that they're like, "Oh, you don't like science? Well, you're gonna love it after this, semester." I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Man, I'll keep an open mind, and hopefully you change my opinion." But it never took. I mean, science is just something that I could never get into. Now, things that I did like math, however, and also I like history, and also geography. That is stuff that I always found interesting, and yeah, absolutely love. And I believe you commented, so let's just Raven, you're speaking nothing but facts, right? Yeah, yeah, dude. I mean, schools, I mean, that's something that they should be charged with. It's like you should be charged with preparing our youth for the future. I was like, dude, I was like, man, how much better would society be if people were taught finances and taught credit and taught, how, credit works and all that stuff, I think our society would be a lot better off. Because, yeah, I'll just go ahead and level with people on here. I mean, I know, this is YouTube and, I'm, the streamer or whatever, and, I'm, talk about my life or whatever, but there's a lot of stuff, that, people keep, their personal life, secret from YouTube because there's got to be a separation. But part of my background is I grew up in poverty. I literally did not know anything about finances. My family lived paycheck to paycheck. They use the pawn shop industry. For any of those in chat that knows what that is, and for those that don't, basically a pawn shop is basically you go to a business and you have an item of worth. Let's say you have, like, okay, let's say for example, my PS5 here, a brand new PS5. I think it costs you about $600, after taxes or whatever. And let's say you got a brand new one out of the box. You go to that pawn shop because you need to borrow money, and obviously they ain't going to give you $600 because it's a pawn shop. They that's just the way they work. They don't give you anything what they should. I think what they do is give you a third of what it's worth. So if it's worth $600, they will loan you $200. Now, loaning you, you have a month to pay that back, and you have like a stupid interest rate. I think it's like somewhere in the realm of, I think it's like 2 to like 500% or whatever. So basically, you borrow 200, and you're almost paying back like 300 at the end of the month to get the item back. That's how pawn shops work. So back to what I was saying. My fam. Ooh, shit! I wasn't supposed to do that. My family, that I was born into, I grew up in poverty, did not know a single thing about money, finances, or anything like that. So my life has been very hard in regards to finances, and a lot of it, honestly can't blame on anybody except for myself because I've had a lot of opportunities where I could have saved a lot of money, but like I said, my lack of education, basically, prevented that. Uh, and like I said, I only have myself to blame for that. Like, for example, when I joined up the army in 2002. Yeah, I joined the 2002. No, 2001. Yeah, that was when I joined. I joined basically a month after 9/11 in 2001. Uh, so that is when I joined. And for the job that I did, which was basically, I was an infantry guy, 11 Bravo in the military. I got like a $20,000 sign-on bonus. Uh, and I would like to say that, I saved that $20,000 and it was money that was well spent on better improving my life, but I would be lying to you. That money, it was blown. It was absolutely wasted. And I'm not saying I didn't have a good time with it, but if I would have had, education in regards to like finances, credit, and money and stuff like that, I would have been better educated to be like, well, yeah, Raven, yeah, you could blow this money, but it would be better spent this way. And yeah, dude, I have a lot of regrets in regards to that lack of education. So I absolutely, I think our public education systems needs to be charged in educating our students, for the real world, because that right there will only make our society better. Our society only stands to benefit from that. Okay, and we just about got this road done right here, folks. And we already got our little HESCO thing. I'm stressed out right now since I have my app science class in one. AP science. I brother, I wish I could offer some form of help, but yeah, dude, science was just never my thing, man. But I sincerely want you to know, I'll be saying, like a little, prayer for you, test on that. Yeah. I knew what you meant. But yeah, I mean, I'll be saying the, a little prayer to the man up in the sky to, give you the guidance, and the knowledge that you need. That way, yeah, maybe you might not get an A plus, but if you're really, scared about it and thinking you're going to bomb out, dude, the C would be okay. I mean, because somebody once gave me, you know, excellent, phrase to kind of live by. And basically, I'm very hard on myself, and right now, I want to kind of impart life lessons from somebody that's a little bit older to maybe I got some younger viewers out there. I'm gonna try to pass on a little bit of knowledge that I've gained in life. And that little bit of knowledge is there will never be a critic of yourself that is more hard on yourself than you. Nobody could ever judge you as hard as you judge your own self. And where I'm going with that is, when I was in college, I used to strive to be perfect. I wanted to try to have A plus, A plus, A plus, A plus, and all that. But in all honesty, for my abilities, and some of the stuff that I'm working with, like for example, from my time in the military, I have traumatic brain injury because during my service, I was exposed to a lot of explosions in Iraq, and scientists and the army and whatnot is finding out now that explosions can cause like traumatic brain injuries that affect your ability to remember things and whatnot. So basically, I had a lot more difficulty in college than I should have because of that injury. But I was always very hard on myself to try to be as perfect as possible. And there was this one instructor that imparted this little nugget of wisdom with me that I still to remember to this day. And I want to pass this nugget of wisdom on to you. This professor said, "Hey, Raven 126." And I was like, "Yes." And he said, "Do you know what they call a doctor that gets a C on their final exam?" And I was like, "Huh?" And he's like, "Well, let me repeat it. Do you know what they call a doctor that gets a C as his final grade on his final exam?" I was like, "No." And he dropped the truth bomb on me, the knowledge bomb on me. He's like, "They call them doctor. At the end of the day, you ain't got to be perfect. You ain't got to have an A plus. Your patients ain't going to know that. They're going to know that you have a title called doctor." So, where I'm going with this, folks, at the end of the day, life is hard enough. Give yourself some slack, because there's plenty of people out there, and trust me on this, because I am a man of many wisdoms. There are plenty of people out there that, will beat you up. You don't need to beat your damn self up. Give yourself a little break. You deserve it. So, anyways, that's just my words of wisdom, guys, and for younger viewers out there that might be watching, hopefully you can learn from my wisdom. I always tell people I'm not knowledgeable because I know a lot more about you. I always tell people I'm knowledgeable because I've made a lot more mistakes, a lot more mistakes than you. And that is how you learn, folks. Or that is how I learn anyways. I always got to learn the hard way. I only need a 65 to pass, but it's a course I had never took. It's a college test, and I'm in 10th grade. You know what, Pluto, brother? I think you just need to read that last sentence that you wrote in there. You're in the 10th grade, but it's a college test. I understand that you might be overwhelmed, by this subject, but think about that, what you just wrote. You're in the 10th grade, and yet this is a college test. Mad props, man. Mad props. I I I'm not that intelligent. I will tell you that right from the get go. So, dude, man, I wish you the best of luck on that test. I sincerely do. And I hope you get at least a 70 on it. I know you said you needed a 65 just to pass it. I believe a 70 is a C. I believe in the 60s is like a D or whatever. Uh, boy, I hope you get at least a 70, dude. And dude, just think about what I said though, man. You're in the 10th grade and you're taking college classes. Dude, mad respect to you. If nobody said it today, well, I mean, now you hear it here, because dude, like I said out there, folks, life is hard. Life is very, very hard, and yeah. Sometimes we just need people to, hear what we're going through and to hear about the struggles that we're currently going through and that acknowledge those struggles that we're going through and basically will let us know, hey guy, man, I hear you, I do, and I empathize with you, but let me tell you, it will get better. This struggle you're going through right here, yeah, it sucks, it really does, but man, I promise you, it's going to get better. It's not going to end you. And once you get through this, you're only going to be stronger because of it. Me, in real life here, I'm not just talking about my persona as Raven 126 Entertainment, but me here in real life here, I have a bunch of scars on my body. And there's a lot of people that don't like scars because they think they look ugly or whatever because they think they're blemishes upon their skin or whatever. And my way of thinking is I will never have my body tattooed. And with that said, hold on, don't crucify me yet. If you want tattoos, dude, go for it, man. I'm just saying, dude, I mean, they're not for me. And let me explain why. The reason I don't prefer tattoos, I think most people get tattoos to kind of tell a story. And what I mean by that is, they'll get a tattoo as a remembrance to somebody, like a close family member or a close friend that died, and they'll get that tattoo as a tribute to them. Dude, mad respects to you, man. Man, I get that. I know what that's for. That's telling a story. But me, the way I view it is I don't need, tattoos. My scars on my body kind of tell my story. And I've always said, and God strike me dead right now if I am lying, I've always said that when I die and the coroner looks over my body, he is literally going to be shaking his head and say, I feel sorry for that bastard because he has led a tough life with the amount of scars on his body. And yeah, man, he would absolutely be correct. I really appreciate that, Raven. I felt like I always had to be perfect because that's how my father always told me. That's how I had to be. Now, okay, Expluso, let me give you a little bit of insight. Now, I'm not saying this is your situation, but sometimes, and this is from the only my own experience that I've learned. Sometimes well, I'm gonna, call you a kid, even though I know you're not. But in this situation, you've got your father, and then you got you, and basically you're the kid, and your father's, the adult or whatever. And where I'm going from this is, basically sometimes kids, think that their parents, like want them to, be perfect and whatnot, and that's true, but it's it's not in a sense. And what I mean by that is, like me, for example, I don't have children yet, but I will have children. But I've always been, Uncle Raven, to my little nieces and nephews, and always been there like a father, should. I just, with my life, I've never, got around to having kids yet. But me, I want the absolute best for them. And at times, I'm harder on them more than I know I should be. But that's literally because I want the absolute best from them, not because I want them, to basically, make me look better or anything like that. It's nothing at all. And I understand that there are some parents out there that are like that, and those parents are absolutely disgusting. Those parents are those types of people that you see in the pageants with little kids that basically try to pimp their kids out for for a clout to make, themselves, look better and stuff like that. Those types of parents are absolutely disgusting, but that's a difference from the type of parent that I'm referring to. Somebody like me, for example, and I think your dad might fall in that same category. Uh, it might seem like he's wanting unrealistic expectations of you, but that might come from a place of love, and he's just wanting you to do the best that you can because it will prepare you a lot better for this future. Because man, I ain't gonna lie to you, dude, brother. Life is hard. Life is very, very hard. Uh, and that father, he literally wants the absolute best for his children, because it's ingrained in his being. Oh shit! I destroyed that. Damn it! Ah! Oh well, it'll be easy to build. Ah! Oh man! Oh well, yeah, I can redo it easy. But get back to what I was saying though. Yeah, dude, it's in a father's blood. It's in his DNA. He wants the absolute best for his children. But the bad thing about it is, I don't think fathers really know how to communicate that sometimes. Because a bunch of fathers are kind of old school, and they basically go the tough love route. It's like, oh there, hey boy, quit being a little pussy, and shit like that, and I mean, for some people, they could be confused by that, and they'd be like, well, does my, father like me or not? And I will give you a prime example of that. My niece. Oh, dude, her mom absolutely, she got in hot water over this. And I'm sorry I'm not doing, folks. I'm just traveling back in, memory or whatever, and this absolutely makes me laugh though. But my little niece, her mom got in so much hot water and got called to school for like a parent teacher conference because long story short, I'm that old school generation, kind of tough love and whatnot. And my little niece, I affectionately refer to her as quote unquote my little turd monkey, because obviously, her character, she's a little monkey, so monkey. And at times, I love her to death, but at times, she's an absolute shithead. AKA why I refer to her as my little turd monkey. It's just my, little tough love, that I have for her, because, every time I see her, I used to give her a real strong hug, and I'm picturing it right now. I'm down on one knee, and I'm just hugging her, and it's like, Uncle Raven loves you, and I had to catch myself there, because I just about said, my name in real life. But I was like, Uncle Raven, he loves you there, little turd monkey. And she's like, I love you too, Uncle Raven. And but where I'm going with this though is where her mom got in hot water is the school system called her in for a parent-teacher conference because my little niece referred to her favorite friend as her little turd monkey. And her teacher overheard that and overheard her call her friend her turd monkey and thought some sinister, BS, some bullshit or whatever, and, had a conniption and immediately called her mom in. And the moment her mom got called in and, the principal, and teacher told her this, she started shaking her head. She's like, you guys called me down here for this bullshit? I had to take off work and come down here for this. You could have just told me this on the phone? I could have literally cleared this up in like literally 30 seconds. Her uncle, he just got out of the army, and he was deployed to, Iraq or whatever, and he's, old school, and he's got that tough love mentality and whatnot. He refers to her in an affectionate way as his little turd monkey. Hence, her best friend, she's basically reflecting that same energy onto her best friend because she knows her uncle loves her and would do anything for her, and she knows she loves her best friend, so therefore she's calling her best friend her little turd monkey. And then after that, the school, kind of, the light bulb came on and all that, and they're like, oh, okay, well, that kind of makes sense, but we're still kind of worried about this, blah, blah, blah. And, her mom, she basically, she just went off. She's like, dude, and she's a great mother. She goes to like literally every parent-teacher conference, every, school event that they have in regards, to her, daughter and everything. A great mom and all that stuff. But she got a hard life. She got bills to pay. She works, a job that doesn't pay nothing. And you just, you gotta do what you gotta do when you got kids. And the school could literally had, like a damn 5-minute conversation instead of having her have to take time off work. That's money that she's missing that could put extra food in the fridge, all because of that little misunderstanding, And it's, so basically where I'm going with that is, it might be, some of that tough love, Excluso, and maybe he just wants the best for you, brother. And he just, us older folks, we aren't really great with communication, aren't really great talking about our feelings and whatnot, and sometimes stuff isn't as clear to us. And the only reason stuff is clear with me is, and maybe I shouldn't share this with you guys, but I believe in transparency and whatnot, and most people like to keep their lives, private, their personal stuff private. But me, for example, after leaving the military, after getting injured in Iraq and whatnot, I suffered with PTSD and still suffer from it. And I literally got to my edge's end, and I'm not going to say where I got, but I think most people know what I'm alluding to. And I got to that point, and I said, okay, I can't do this anymore. I need help. And let me tell you, folks, it is very hard for somebody, that served this nation, that was a soldier, and some people are like, oh, that's unrealistic expectation. It's like you were just a public servant, blah blah blah. You were nobody. But me, the way I look at my service is I look at my service to our country as I was an ambassador for the American people. Whenever I got deployed to foreign countries, I acted in accordance to how I wanted people to see, the people that I represent. Uh, and so I always saw myself as an ambassador, for the American people as a soldier because I was representing them. And for somebody that, has had that type of experience and, got to travel the world, got to do all these cool, crazy things. And suddenly now, I find myself where, I mean, it's hard to, hold a job. It's hard to, keep relationships together, both family and, relationship wise, as in, like partner wise. Uh, and not only that, I mean, it's hard with finances. Sometimes, it's like, how am I going to pay rent? How am I going to pay electricity? Well, where's the food going to come from? All that stuff. And, all that stuff, piling on. And then you got, all those, problems and whatnot that, I, basically have replaying, like a broken record player over and over again in my head from Iraq, seeing the most horrific and twisted things that nobody should ever see. I, yeah, I mean, it was very, very, very hard to deal with, and I got to the point where I was like, okay, I can't fix this. I need help, and asking for help is literally the hardest thing to do that some people have to do because you see yourself as a strong man. You're like, man, I'm tough. I got this, blah 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 blah. And there's all that masculinity and all that pride and all that ego and all that shit. And asking for help. It sounds so simple, but is literally so freaking hard. And there's been so many people that have passed because they fought those fights alone. They tried their best to battle those demons, and they didn't want to burden anybody that they love because they didn't want to put that undue burden upon them. That's where I got to, And I'm glad I did, because I reached out and I got help. And, for those, that are wondering, I'm currently still receiving help. I'm, under intensive care. I receive help around the clock. And that's good, because now I'm on medication. Now I'm going through therapies and whatnot. Now I'm getting exposed to some of the treatment to help resolve, some of the problems that I had in regards to PTSD. And let me tell you, folks, well, where I'm going with this is I'm trying to say life is getting a lot better. So it's opening my eyes a lot more than they were in the past. And that helps me to see things a lot more clear sometimes. But with that said, in regards to some of the treatment, I'm not excited about some of the treatment that I've got upcoming, uh, and I'll tell you why. Some of the treatment that I've got upcoming is what they call in the psychological field or the mental health field, they call it exposure therapy, which basically exposure therapy, when you were exposed to a traumatic event. And most people, when they say PTSD, they think that just soldiers can get it and whatnot. That is that is where PTSD became widely known from. But there are many of people that have PTSD, which basically stands for post traumatic stress disorder. And you can have PTSD from like almost anything. Like, for example, in society, unfortunately, there are some young ladies, that get raped and whatnot. It's the ugly side of society. And those ladies, I guarantee you, have PTSD because they relive that experience over and over and over again, and it absolutely torments them. Yeah, they have PTSD. But that treatment that I'm going to be going through, like I said, it's called exposure therapy. And basically, how it was explained to me is, which you guys will shortly understand why I'm not excited about, getting exposed to it. Basically, they want you to talk about the traumatic events that you were, exposed to, and the appointment is like a 3 hour session, and it doesn't matter. Like, let's say the first time you tell that story of that traumatic events, because you're going to literally remember all the fine details. You're literally going to remember. It's like, okay, you could smell the dried blood. You could, see the charred flesh. All these horrific things are literally that are etched in your brain is going to be coming up, and you're going to be talking about them. And basically, you're going to be reliving that for like 15 minutes. And the therapist is literally with you the entire time. And basically, you're having kind of the outer body experience at this time. Because basically, you're reliving this trauma as if you're in the moment exactly when it happened. That is why they're there with you. They don't interrupt you or anything. At the end of it, they just kind of lightly touch you on the hands to kind of bring you back from that event back into reality. And they say, okay, okay. So how did that feel? And then normally, you'd be like, well, I'm kind of glad, I got that off my chest. It's been eating at me away for, a while and whatnot. And then they say, okay, tell the story again. And basically, what happens is for that 3 hour period, you tell the story over and over and over and over again. And while you're doing that, they're recording the conversation. And when you leave, they let you live. They let you leave with that recording, and basically you have to listen to it each day. And I forget how many times it is, but you have to do this for a certain amount of time. And basically, the idea behind this treatment is, and I know it's effective because I've kind of experienced it to a certain point. And what I mean by that is there's one story that, I have nightmares about that isn't that horrific. I mean, it's pretty bad, but it isn't that horrific. And, I finally, when I got to my rope's end, finally broke down and told, I ended up talking to my mom and talked to one or two other people that were literally like the closest in my life, and let them know it's like, hey, I'm struggling. I am literally at my rope's end, and this is some of the stuff that I'm struggling with. And I remember the first time I told it, which was the first time I told anybody about this, because I don't like to talk about this stuff, because, I normally when you hear it, uh, you think people are kind of, or going to kind of look at you in a certain way, like maybe you're a monster or something like that. And because some of the stuff you had to do was horrific, and it was a time of war, so you're very, cautious about that, and you don't want to talk about it. But I finally broke down and told my mom, and and she's like, "Yeah, dude, I'm walking a very fine, a tightrope here because I just about said my name again because I'm, getting too far into personal." But my mom, she's like, Raven, she's like, well, son, the reason you had to do that is because you were a soldier. You were protecting, your friends, your buddies. You didn't do that stuff to harm people. You were looking out for their interest, their safety, and you didn't know if these people were bad or not. So it just, but the first time I told that story, I literally broke down. I mean, I'm talking about complete tears, and I ain't talking about just like one or two crocodile tears. It's like, oh, woe is me. The sun didn't come out today. I'm not going to get my nails done. All that bullshit. Now I'm talking about like literally fucking full on blown. The water faucet is completely on full blast. You got snot running out of your nose because you're crying so hard. You get a headache. Your face is completely red. Your eyes look bloodshot afterwards. I'm talking about like full on blown out, like crying like you ain't ever cried in your life. And afterwards, yeah, I mean, obviously, when you finally, experience that, you get a great sense of relief because it feels like a great burden was, lifted up off your shoulders, you know. And then, I told it, to another person that I was, very, close with, and I got emotional that time too, and some tears did come out, my eyes that time too, but it wasn't as profound or intense as the first time I told it. Uh, and I mean, it was still kind of painful and still emotional, but it didn't, it wasn't as painful as before. And then that third time that I told it to that, close, it was the best friend, but the way I look at friendships is I don't have friends. If I call you a friend, basically I look at you as we're family because I don't believe in, friendship. There's a lot of people that have, associates, that they call their friends or whatever, but it's like, no, it's like if this person literally isn't your ride or die, like literally they aren't like where if you called them at 3 in the morning and they weren't there to bail you out or to help you bury a body. And I'm just hypothetically speaking, folks. I'm kidding. If they weren't there to help you hide a body or whatever, I mean, it's like, dude, they're associates, and I don't have this type of people in my life. I keep my circle small, but the few friends I do have, dude, they are literally family. Literally, they have keys to my house. If I'm not there and they're in town, and all of them, not all of them live here in Oklahoma. They live, all across, the country because I served in the military with a lot of them. So they live all across the country. But if I'm ever out of town, like on business, and they fly to, Oklahoma, and they say, hey, Raven, we're visiting Oklahoma, today or whatever. Hey, can we hang out with you? And I'll be like, hey, unfortunately, I'm away on a business trip, but you guys can save money. Don't get no stupid hotel. Kick it at my place. And literally, I've got no problem letting them, stay at my place on their own, unattended, because I have complete trust in them. They are not friends. They are family because these are people that I trust with my life. And I told, like I said, my third friend that, and that time, it was still, still painful, but that time no tears, came out. I didn't cry. And so when they were telling me about that exposure therapy, I was remembering that specific story that I had talked about, a couple times before. And I was like, I know this will work. But now you guys understand why I'm not excited about to receive this treatment. Because will it work? I have firsthand knowledge. I know it will because it happened to me without ever experiencing that treatment. I kind of did it on my own, but on accident. But the reason I'm not excited about it is like, dude, folks, let's be honest with each other. Think about the most horrific event that happened in your life. And I ain't trying to have, a piston contest or anything like that. But okay, all right, you got that up in your mind, the most horrific event that ever happened in your life. Now, try to look at it from a soldier's perspective. Basically, the most horrific thing that probably happened in your life, maybe unfortunately you've seen a family or a close friend die or whatever, which I ain't trying to downplay at all. I guarantee you that it's very tragic and it's very horrific. But in regards to like soldiers, let me give like an example. Let's say they see somebody literally blown to pieces in front of them, And what I mean by blown to pieces, I ain't talking about that fake Hollywood shit. Hollywood can't ever get fucking close, remotely close to this at all. You literally see. I don't know if I should talk about that or not. I, okay, I don't think I'm going to talk about that because do, I was thinking about saying some of the stuff that I was exposed to, but it is very, very graphic, and I, I don't know if this is a platform to, talk about that. Okay, let's just say you've seen somebody, have a body part blown off, and you got to relive that over and over and over and over again. So basically, it's not them stabbing you with a knife once. It's them stabbing you with a knife 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 times. And you having to relive that pain every single time. Eventually, just like with a knife wound, your body will eventually, scar over, and it will be a lot harder to penetrate. you know, and it's the same thing, with the traumas or whatever. Basically, you will get desensitized to that. That way, it will no longer bother you, and in a sense, you'll be cured from that. But man, dude, I mean, think about that. How strong you gotta be to go through that? And tell you the truth, I don't know that I'm that strong. I like to think that I'm a very strong person, but I I've talked with my psychological team, my group of mental health professionals that are assigned to me, and I originally agreed to it, and then after talking and going through it for a week or two, I told them, I was like, guys, I hate to do this, but at this time, I'm going to have to withdraw from this treatment because literally this is very overwhelming. It is very painful, and I don't know. I'm at the point in my life right now where I can deal with this. Life is getting better because I'm medicated now, and I'm getting therapy to resolve the issues. But yeah, that right there, I can't. I that right there, I think would probably just be one straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. And with that said, I know I have missed a few messages in the chat, and I apologize immensely about that. Uh, I really appreciate that, Raven. I felt like I always. Okay, all right. No, no, no. I already read that one. Sorry to hear about PTSD and shit. Look, if you don't want to talk about a topic, you don't have to. But just know I am here for you. I may be young, but I know how to help others. I am a partially licensed. Oh, okay, dude, awesome. Dude, Pluso, dude, that is awesome, man. Dude, that is a great line of work to get into. I mean, because brother, literally, you are going to change the world. And I sincerely mean that. I am not trying to, patty cake you not a single bit, blow smoke up your ass or anything like that, brother. Literally, you are going to change the world for some people. And I tell my therapists, my team of therapists and psychologists, because I have a couple intensive care therapists that see me routinely, and that is where they come to my house to actually check up on me like weekly. There's two of them that do it each week. And then I also have a psychologist that's assigned to my team that prescribe me my medications and talk with me. And then within the VA, which is the Department of Veterans Affairs, on the mental health side, PTSD is like a specialized field that mental health professionals aren't exposed to. Basically, it's like an additional training that you got to have to deal with like wartime trauma and stuff like that. So I have those people assigned to me, and I tell them literally every time. I was like, man, dude, I sincerely appreciate what you're doing. I mean, literally, you are giving me my life back. You have no clue what I mean by that, but you are literally giving me my life back because beforehand it was very dark. I mean, I didn't care if I woke up in the morning. Seriously, that's where I got to, where each night, I kind of said a little prayer. It's like, dude, I don't want to wake up in the morning, you know? And thinking about that now, where I'm at now, that is so sad, folks. Even if you've lived a hard life, you deserve a life where you look forward to waking up every day because there's a possibility, hey, I can change my situation eventually. And with mental health problems, a lot of people can't, grasp that concept because they're lost in depression and everything. Uh, and yeah, it's sad because I mean, for example, me, I have two people that are very, very close to me that I met in the military, and they, lost the battle, and I'm pretty certain people know what I'm talking about. They were a part of the 22 a day, and it's just so sad. One of them was literally my best friend. Well, like I said, I call him a friend. He wasn't. He was literally a brother to me. Uh, and dude, I'm sorry. I'm just going down memory lane here, folks. This cat, I could literally sing his praise all day long. This guy, how awesome of a guy this was. He literally knew. I used to isolate like really, really bad. And what I'm talking about, folks, is basically I was in prison, but I wasn't in prison. I committed myself to my own prison. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there would be days I would be locked inside my apartment where I wouldn't even open the front door. And I told that to my therapist, and they're like, that is, and like I said, because memories and whatnot, do I keep on dropping my name in? Eventually, I probably will. But they're like, Raven, that is not healthy. If you haven't went outside your front door in 3 to 4 days, that is not healthy. And I was like, I know. Trust me. Now that I'm getting help, and now that now I'm medicated, and my eyes are open, dude, I see how horrible that was. That was not healthy at all. But where I'm trying to go with this, though, my brother, though, my best friend, and I will say his name, though, because he has passed, and I have no problem, saying his name, because, all the respect, will go towards him. My brother, Rick, dude, he used to invite me, to come attend like his, son's like birthday party or whatever. But he knew I was struggling with PTSD. And he knew I would make up some bullshit to why I couldn't attend. With him knowing that, he would always word it in a specific way. That way he knew I couldn't refuse. He would say some bullshit like, he's like, hey, we're doing this, like a army event, where we're going to be, playing, shooting, Nerf guns, stuff like this. And, we want it to be like realistic, for the kids. That way they have a great time. And brother, you were in the combat arms, you were infantry. I'm just in the medics. I know there ain't nobody more knowledgeable about this than you. I need you here, or this is going to fall completely on its face, and the kids are going to be let down. He would word it exactly like that because he knew I was struggling with PTSD and that I was isolating in my apartment. And he knew that if he didn't basically word it like that, that I would come up with some bullshit to get out of it. That way he made it felt like everybody would be let down and everybody would be disappointed if I wasn't there. And I would come every time I would come. And I literally, the moment, the birthday party was over or the family event was over and everything, driving home, I literally had just an overwhelming sense of peace and a frame of mind that was like, man, I am so glad I did that. It was so therapeutic for my body to do that. And yeah, dude, that was my brother Rick. Uh, he literally did that all the time because he knew I was struggling. And unfortunately, he lost the battle. And I mean, it was, sad because, his wife, Nancy, she let me know that, he was having problems. And literally at the time, my world was completely falling apart. I mean, I'm talking about just hell and brimstone was raining down upon me everywhere at the time. But the moment Nancy called me and told me that, Rick was having problems, I literally told her, I was like, okay, I'm packing my shit. I'm getting in the car. I'll be there in like 5 hours, because of drive time. And I literally drove there immediately, and I talked with Rick, and I mean, I didn't address the issue like full blown, like flat out. It was like, hey bud, I hear you're struggling with depression and thoughts of suicide. I didn't come at it from that angle. But he knew what I was talking about, and I was like, hey brother, I was like, Dude, I'm just gonna let you know a little bit about my past. I've, thought about that stuff a lot, and I wouldn't, look down upon somebody for choosing that route, but this is what I gotta say, brother. I was like, man, if you ever get that low, I just want you to do this for me. I was like, I want you to call me up and let me know. And I promise you, I will literally drop whatever the hell I'm fucking doing. I will literally stay on the phone with you the entire 5 hours it fucking takes to drive to you. And I'll be there, And when I get there, I promise you, I ain't gonna try to talk you out of it because you're a man and this is your choice. But what I want to do is I want to spend a few hours with you celebrating your life. Because if you choose this, I don't want you to go alone, like you're, some homeless, bum on the street or whatever. You're a fucking hero. You're a father. You're a husband. You're so many other things, and you deserve to be celebrated. And at the end of that period, if you still feel like doing the choice you made, man, I'll be with you there until the end. But just afford me that courtesy. And, he's kind of emotional. And, he's like, you know what? He's like, you're one of the, best friends that, I have. And, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, man, I thought we were good. I sincerely thought we were good. Because I called his wife like several times a week after that. I was like, dude, hey, how's Rick doing? And she was like, Rick's doing a lot better, I think it really helped. I sincerely thought we made a difference until why the hell did I fucking start talking about this subject? Oh my god. We well, I mean, I say we, but I, got a call from, Nancy a couple weeks later, and she was like, and I'm not gonna say my name. She's like, Raven, I need to tell you something. And and the crazy thing about it, I literally just fucking woke up from a nap, and my brain wasn't all there. And I was like, "Yeah, Nancy, hey, what's up?" And she said, "Rick's no longer with us." And me, just I immediately got hit with a sense of shock. And plus, partially just waking up from a nap, my mind wasn't fucking there. Dude, I started laughing and I was like, Nancy, I'm so sorry. My brain is not with me. Man, I heard something crazy and I don't believe it's what you said at all. Could you please repeat what you said? And she said, Rick's no longer with us. Man, oh my god. Whew. Yeah, and dude, man, the the reason that was so hard for me is, and I'm trying to, get off the subject that way I don't completely blow my fucking eyes out. Uh, the reason that was, so hard for me is, well, I mean, one, Rick was such, a big part of my life and whatnot, but in regards to, like mental health and everything, I always looked at, Rick as my rock of inspiration and my rock of hope. And what I mean by that is, I was always thinking, regardless of whatever bullshit I got going on, man, Rick, he went through the same stuff. I mean, he was exposed to, PTSD. Granted, he might not have had to shoot anybody or anything like that, but he did a job that me as an infantry guy that I said that I could never do. Dude, people think in war, the infantry, guy at the roughest, and in a sense they do, but as an infantryman, being there and doing that, as Nike says, been there, done that, I would say one job that I would never want to do is the medical job. And the sole reason for that is when you're literally seeing your American brothers and sisters blown to fucking smithereens day after day after day, and a lot of times they don't fucking make it. Sometimes they make it, but they're, triple amputees. Sometimes they're missing an eyeball, I, how those medical professionals can perform that job and keep going, I literally have no clue. Because I tell you right now, I wouldn't be strong enough to do it. I couldn't do it because it would literally make me break down. Because just the few guys that we lost, dude. So so Rick was dealing with PTSD as well, but it was a different kind for me because, like I said, he didn't have to shoot nobody or anything like that, but he's seen our brothers and sisters blown to hell and back, and just literally the worst effects of war on the body that you can see and experience in person, and he was dealing with that torment, and that those demons, uh, and uh, and I always thought, I was like, well, Rick's dealing with it, and not only is he dealing with it, but he's got a family too. I've got my family, but it's not the same as him because he's got his family, like his mom, dad, and all that stuff, which is the same as me. But he's also married. He's got, a wife. He's got two young sons. I was like, if he can fucking do it, I can do it. He was my rock, you know. He was the whole reason I was holding on and that I was living day by day and I was continuing to struggle because I was like, you know what? You're not going to give up. You're not going to be a fucking pussy because I was like, if he's fucking doing it, you can do it because he's got that burden and he's also got a family, a wife, a kids, and whatnot to think about. So if he's doing it, you can do it. And then that travesty happened, and then I was like, well, where am I at now? I mean, after, grieving the loss of, losing somebody that's so close to me, I mean, obviously, I attended the funeral. It was down in Texas. And his wife, had me as one of the two speakers, that spoke about, Rick's life. And, and yeah, I remember, up there in front of literally everybody. And dude, we're talking. This is a military funeral. There are fucking hundreds of people. No, not even hundreds. There's probably thousands of people here. And I have a huge stage fright of public speaking. That I did not get that fear not once that day, because the moment I went up there, I spoke into the microphone, and I was like, folks, I just want to let you guys know I'm gonna try my best not to break down and cry here, and I'm gonna try my best to think about happy times with Rick, because I think that's what he would want, and I think that's what we all deserve. And surprisingly enough, I kept it together, and I gave what I think was a beautiful memory about him, and I'll go ahead and share it with you guys. Uh, oh my God, dude, this guy. Dude, so you guys will get here the reason I love him so fucking much, man. Dude, this guy. Okay, this was before I got out of the military. This was around about, I want to say 2005. No, 2005 or 2006 was when this was exactly. In Germany, in the army barracks, and I was playing, some bullshit game on Xbox at the time. I can't remember what game it was. It doesn't matter. It's not important. Uh, but I had a pumpkin pie that had some whipped cream on it, and it was my pumpkin pie that I bought for myself. I bought one for the other guys in the room, so they could have it all to themselves and all that. And this one was mine, mine alone. And I had it on the bed while I was sitting there playing games, and I just eat a little piece of it at a time. And Rick, he's sitting in one of the camping chairs, one of those little foldable chairs that you always take with you on camping, all plastic and shit, but it's got the little tarp on there and whatnot. You sit in. He was sitting there watching me play video games, and he was being an ornery little shit, because hell, we were young and dumb at the time, just regular guys, and he seen the pie there, and he grabbed the pie and he started messing with it. And I was Rick. I was like, you better not, man. I was like, don't you start fucking around with that shit. And Rick, he's being a little dick, just fucking around, trying to agitate me while I was playing the game, And so I got the pie. I specifically stopped what I was doing. I paused the game. I stood up. I grabbed the pie, and I started walking towards Rick real slow. And I had the pie in hand, and dude, I was like barely going to push it to his face, like as kind of like a warning to him. Let hey, you better stop, bud. I ain't fucking around, And Rick, dude, he immediately goes into what I used to call the Rick rage. He immediately leaps up like a goddamn tiger out that fucking chair, fucking spears my ass with that goddamn pie. Dude, we fucking both hit the goddamn ground. He grabs that pie and starts fucking shoving it in my goddamn face and shit. And is just laughing his fucking asshole. I was like, you get off me, you fucking asshole. Oh, man. Dude, just absolutely fucking hilarious time. And dude, I eventually, because we're trained in combatives and shit like that. I eventually start switching to the fucking army training and getting a goddamn fucking hold and whatnot. He's like, I give. He, so I let go of him, man. I stand up. And I was like, "Are you done yet, man?" I was like, "I'm trying to play my damn game here, you know." And dude, he fucking immediately starts running out the goddamn room. And this is co-ed dorms here. When I was in the infantry, it was just old men in the same the barracks because women weren't allowed in the infantry at the time. But the medical field, it's it's co-ed. Men could live with the women in the barracks there. Rick, he runs out the goddamn room and fucking just takes off, and he's got this pile all over him. And dude, there's this hot, soldier that was walking down the hallway, and I didn't know she was out there. I immediately took off running after Rick, and I got a goddamn pumpkin pie all over my fucking face. I got a load of it in my goddamn hand. And as I'm fucking rounding the goddamn door, she looks at me, sees the pie all over my face, and sees me chunking it at damn Rick running down the goddamn hallway. And she fucking just busts out laughing like, what the fuck is going on here, And dude, I mean, literally the church, dude, almost everybody's laughing their asses off. And then I, told a story about him. I was taking a goddamn shower one day, and fucking Rick takes this goddamn bottle of picante sauce, like the old paste picante sauce, and dude, we were all getting ready to go out, for a night on the town there in Germany. Because it was either like Friday or Saturday night. And I was getting all spruced up, in the shower, and getting ready. Fucking Rick, that son of a bitch, takes a goddamn fucking full bottle. I like a brand new one. Not even missing any. Starts dumping that shit over the top of the fucking shower, and all that shit starts pouring on my goddamn head right as I'm about to finish the shower. And dude, I immediately fucking go in a rage. I was like, you son of a bitch! Immediately swing that fucking shower curtain open. I'm standing there goddamn bare ass. Got fucking shampoo in my hair. Because I normally wash my body first. And then shampoo my hair last. And then just literally let all of it clean off at the same time. The water, wash the shampoo out. And then wash the soap off. That way, hey, everything drains off, but I use the soap first on my body and then the shampoo. So literally, I got, soap on my body, shampoo on my hair, and then I got this whole goddamn bottle of fucking paste pecani sauce all over my head, dripping down my goddamn face and shit, on my fucking shoulders and whatnot, running down my ass crack. And there's Rick there, and dude, I've got like the rage going on. I was like, you son of a bitch! And dude, I jump out the shower after him, butt fucking naked. And dude, he's like, oh fuck. he knew he fucked up then. He's like, oh fuck. And dude, he fucking darted off out of the goddamn bathroom. Fucking ran in the goddamn room, ran out the fucking front door, and I was like, and I ran right to that goddamn front door. I was like, oh shit. I was like, goddamn, I can't run out there. Dude, I was like, you son of a... And I had the door open, and I had my, private parts, covered with my goddamn hand. I was yelling out the fucking open goddamn door out the hole. You son of a bitch, I'll be there in 5 fucking seconds. And dude, I ran back into the bathroom, grabbed a fucking towel, wrapped it around my fucking self, and then literally took off running down the hallway, fucking basically butt naked, except for I had the towel around me. And dude, man, I followed that son of a bitch down 3 flights of fucking stairs before my fucking brain finally caught up with me. I was like, stupid. You're in a fucking co-ed barracks. What the fuck are you doing? You're in a fucking towel, dumbass. This is highly, highly inappropriate, you know. And yeah, so do I take my ass back up to my room and fucking Rick, he comes up there and he's like, man, you just know I was playing. I was like, yeah, I fucking know, but you still a dickhead, you know. And yeah, but no, dude, that's Rick though, man. Oh shit, yeah, dude, Rick, man, awesome, 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 dude, man. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I missed comments. I apologize, but man, we've been going down memory lane here, and I completely apologize about that, folks. Okay, then we got OPR. You don't have to talk about it. Most people will not understand, even if you try to. Yeah. OPR. There is truth in that. Expluso. I deleted a ton of others. Brandon. No shame in getting help. RIP. Yeah, Brandon. I do, man. I absolutely say that. Because and now on the TV, I'm starting to see commercials from the VA, Department of Veterans Affairs, that are urging veterans to seek mental health because, man, it sounds so stupid. It's like asking for help. How hard is that? Literally, all you gotta do, pick up the phone and say, "Hey, I need help." But man, if you're fucking looking beyond that at what the person was exposed to, the person was taught, basically, I don't want to say brainwashed because that has like a negative, vibe behind it. But I will say, you were conditioned in basic training to think a certain way, and it's for the good of the organization. Basically, they wanted you to think you were 6 foot tall and bulletproof, and that's good though. And the reason that's good though, folks, is when you're in war and you're like charging a building like in Fallujah, you don't need somebody that's going to be timid that is going to freeze up and stop, because when you're in that moment, when you're kicking in a front door, it's expected there's going to be somebody behind that door and waiting. And yeah, that person behind that door might get the kicker and also the first guy, but he's not going to take the entire team. So that's the reason you're taught, or not brainwashed, because like I said, that has a bad vibe, but you're conditioned to think a certain way. That way you're like, hey, you know what, dude, we're going to fucking kick in this goddamn door, we're going to kick this motherfucker's ass, and that's going to be that, because it needs to happen, it needs to be accomplished. And then you take care of business, and but yeah, when you're taught to think that way, something like asking for help becomes very hard for you, because you're taught to be very independent. You're taught to hold up your end, because in that type of situation, it is literally life and death on the line. If you make a if you make a mistake, yeah, you might not die, but one of your brothers to your left or right might die as a result of your fuck up. So, yeah, dude, I mean, you'll hear a lot of veterans say that they prefer, being in Iraq and Afghanistan because life was so much simpler. And for those folks of you that don't understand that, from somebody that's been there and done that, I will explain exactly what that means. Here in the States, here in the U.S., here stateside, life is, a lot more complicated, because You gotta do your 9 to 5 shit. You gotta pay your mortgage. You gotta take care of wifey. You gotta take care of kitties or the mini me's. You gotta do this. You gotta mow lawn. You gotta do this, and all this shit. Whereas over in Iraq, it was literally the bare basics of survival. Literally, you fought for your life every fucking day, and that is like the most raw, like animal instinct thing that you can do is every single day you're fighting for your life, and that's that. And life was a lot less complicated over there. Literally, you just had to live through the day, bam, and that's all you had to worry about. And yeah, man, it's crazy. So people asking for help that have been through that, it is very, 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 very hard. But I will say this, that the country has really came. Ooh, excuse me. The country has really come a long way in regards to mental health, because now you're actually seeing campaigns that are there to advertise if you're needing help, ask for help. It's perfectly okay to, accept help. It's breaking down that old stigma that, it's unmanly to ask for help and shit like that. Because it's like, dude, at the end of the day, we're losing too many people before their time. And regardless of your view on war, it's like, oh, well, I'm anti-war. It's like, you know what? Good for you. I mean, I support your view 150 million %. And where I stand on this issue is I don't have an opinion on it. I don't have that luxury of having an opinion on it. I am a soldier. I volunteered my life for 4 years to serve my country. If my country, through our elected officials, say, hey, we got to go over here and take care of this business, and this is the reason, then that's what we got to fucking do. It doesn't matter if I agree with it, because I fucking agreed to this service. So yeah, it's good that they're breaking down that stigma now. That it's unmanly and all that shit to ask for help, because there are way, way, way too many people, good people, that are getting lost, and it's truly a travesty. I say all the time, people are like, well, what's the greatest, topic, affecting, the country or the world today? Is it politics? Is it global tension between Russia and Ukraine? Is it global warming? Is it this, that, the other? It's like, you know what? I'll dumb it fucking down for you. Fuck all that other bullshit. The number one problem, and it's not just in America, it's in other countries as well, is the lack of mental health care. And it's something that needs to be fucking fixed. People, are worried about these school shootings, these mass shootings and all that shit here in America and everything. It's like, dude. And the thing is, the crazy thing about it, and I don't mean to get into, politics, because you lose a bunch of people when you do this, because they're like, well, I don't agree with that view. Folks, I ain't trying to impart my views upon you, because the way I view it is, the goddamn media is great at what they're fucking doing. And what the media does is fucking keep us divided. I hate, as a former soldier that served our country, I hate seeing Americans that fucking hate each other. Because it's like, oh, that motherfucker, he's a snowflake. Or, oh, that motherfucker over there, he's a Nazi. And you know what I'm saying. If you're a snowflake, obviously you're the liberals or the Democrats. And if you're racist, obviously you're conservative or you're Republican. That is the fucking travesty. This shit has gotten so fucking politicalized that people hate other Americans because of their views. That, are we fucking stupid? Did we forget what the fuck the country was founded for? It's for fucking freedom of speech, freedom of fucking religion, all that shit. Dude, come on. So, but getting back to what I was saying, I don't like to get too political and, talk about 2A, the Second Amendment, and whatnot. But in regards to, like, these gun shootings and everything, everybody's like, well, let's just, completely get rid of guns. It'll solve the problem. Okay. All right, let's think about this logically. I'm almost afraid to give my opinion because, somebody could be like, well, okay, I don't agree with that. Fuck you. I'm subbing, I'm reporting, I'm whatever. I support the Second Amendment, as a soldier, most soldiers do. But with that said, if I literally thought, banning, firearms and all that shit would literally, like, be the end of all this shit, I would gladly give up my right. I'd be like, you know what, okay, fuck it. If it will, 100% end all this shit, I'll fucking do it. It won't, folks. It fucking won't. April the 19th, 1995, Oklahoma City. That's all I'm gonna fucking say, dude. And for those of you who don't know, fucking Google's free. A motherfucker killed almost 200 people. He's a former soldier. Killed almost 200 people. And didn't have a fucking gun. Didn't use a gun to do it. So what I'm trying to say here is, what is the real problem? If it's guns, okay, let's get rid of guns. Obviously, guns aren't the problem. Obviously, it's people that's fucked up in the head. That is the problem. That's the issue. That is what we need to address. That's the reason when people say, hey, what's the biggest problem? Is it, global warming? Is it, renewable resources, the collapse of, we're running out of? Is it, tensions, Russia, Ukraine? Is it, China, and Taiwan, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, dude. Mental fucking health. That is the fucking biggest problem we face. Because I think once we address that, then we're going to get so much better as a fucking human species that then we can fucking progress beyond that and actually fucking start helping our goddamn other neighbors. And then eventually we're going to get off this motherfucker and explore other fucking planets. Granted, with my age, I don't think I will be around when that happens. But, maybe my grandkids, I like to think, how fucking awesome would that be? Right now, folks, you think about how exotic it is as an American, how exotic it is. You know what? I'm an American. Tomorrow, I am taking a vacation to Australia. How fucking cool is that? Dude, you know what? I'll fucking say out front, Dude, that is cool as fuck, Traveling is awesome. Expanding your horizon, exposing yourself to different cultures and different countries is absolutely awesome. But how awesome would it be to say, hey, I'm from fucking planet Earth, and I'm traveling to planet fucking X, Y, 1, 2, 3, whatever the fuck, and I'm going to spend a month there vacationing. That literally fucking blows the mind. maybe that is just pipe dreams. Maybe that is just, wishful thinking or whatever. But, folks, man, it goes back to what I was saying. If we could fucking quit all this petty shit, get our fucking mental health in order, you would fucking be surprised at what we could accomplish. Prime example of that, look at what has happened after all fucking like huge tragic events. April 19, 1995, Oklahoma City. For those, yeah, I've mentioned that a few times this stream. That is the Oklahoma City bombing that happened at the Murrah Federal Building in downtown Oklahoma City. It was bombed by a former soldier, Timothy McVeigh, and he had an accomplice in it, and they killed, I think it was close to 200 people. It wasn't 200 exactly, but it was close to, it was between 150 to 200 people, and it was a travesty. But what I remember about that event, and granted, I was a child at the time. What I remember about that specific event is the same thing that I remember that happened after 9/11. Is the country came to fucking together. All this bullshit, hey, you're a snowflake, hey, you're a fucking racist, all that bullshit immediately fucking stopped. They seen children that were fucking bleeding and, that were being burned and whatnot on the fucking TV from this fucking terrible, tragic bombing. And they did what any fucking good human being will do. It's like, you know what? Fuck the bullshit I got going on in my life. That's all fucking petty. I'm putting that shit on hold. I am going there and I am fucking helping right now. And the fucking country came to fucking together. They put their differences aside for a common well-being. And that was to help people in fucking need. But yeah, dude, I'm sorry the stream has gone this way. But yet, here we are divided by, hey, I'm a Republican, you're a fucking Democrat, we're supposed to hate each other. Dude, come on, people, let's do better. Earth is starting to become a fucking bummer, man. I want to go fucking Pluto. I want to go to fucking Uranus. Man, I want to go to fucking Saturn. Dude, I want to fucking go somewhere that will literally be the defining moment of my fucking life. That I could literally look back and say, you know what? That is literally the best my life is ever going to get. I am glad I got to experience that, and I am so happy with my life. And you know what Lolek said, but unfortunately with our technology nowadays, unfortunately I don't think that's going to happen in my lifetime. But if society and humanity pulls its head out of its ass and starts to, doing what I know it's capable of doing, I have no doubt that, my grandchildren will get to, travel to another planet. And I think that is so fucking cool. So, okay, alright, I am sorry. I am going to get back to, chat. I can't really say, too much since this is a public YouTube chat. So I'm not finna vent. I can't say I understand because I haven't gone through the same as you clearly. It's a very touchy subject. You don't have to continue if you don't want to. Expluso, and, I thought, because, well, like I said, I'm streaming, I'm trying to bring people, content, that they laugh about, that, enriches, their lives. Because hopefully, the ultimate goal is, I might get, monetized and get, paid to, do this. I was like, how cool would that be? But there, has to be a separation, from, my personal life and between, streaming and whatnot. But there's some things I'm perfectly okay sharing about my personal life. And that right there, I struggle with sometimes. It's like, well, should I share that? And earlier tonight, I did struggle with that because I thought about it's like, well, maybe should I talk about and then I was sitting there thinking about the very graphic details, and I was like, because depending upon who's watching this, maybe it's a a child, like maybe I mean my nieces or nephew might be watching this. I mean, who knows, and I was like, I don't know that going down that route and talking about that might be the best avenue of approach because I mean it's very graphic stuff and very traumatic and you know what, I don't think I'm gonna talk about that. So yeah. Expluso, I hate to have to leave, but I must get to rest for school, but I truly wish you the best of luck. I need to talk to my therapist now. You saying all your stories made me remember something. Oh, man. I apologize about that, Pluzo. I'm certain you're probably already in bed, and brother, I wish you a very awesome night's rest. And yeah, dude, definitely, man, dude, there ain't nothing wrong with talking about something, getting it off your chest, with the therapist and whatnot. Because, dude, you know, man, I'm living proof, dude. If you don't address that issue, it doesn't fucking go away, brother. I mean, I will tell you this. I am just now getting help. I've been out of the army for almost 20 years now, and I've been struggling to deal with this for almost 20 years, falling flat on my face time and time again, and I am just now getting help for something that happened 20 years ago. And you want to know the biggest lesson I learned from this? Biggest lesson I learned from this is why the fuck did I not do this 20 years ago? I suffered through hell for 20 years because, I thought I could take care of my own problems. I thought I was man enough to, deal with my own shit. Boy, I mean, at the end of the day, this isn't my own shit, I was dealing with. This is shit that I'm dealing with as a regard to my service to the country. I mean, I've carried my burden, my load for the American people. I mean, at this point, I think it's perfectly okay, to ask for some help. And asking for some help, I understand that's going to, take some of the taxpayers' money. But you know what? From everybody I've talked to, they're perfectly more than okay with it, because they're like, you know what? You got exposed to shit that, no person should be exposed to. And you did it as a result of your service to this country. The fucking very least we can do is to try to help you in your time of need. And I ain't talking about like giving me a house or a new car or shit like that. I'm talking about my mental health, helping me get that addressed and taken care of. And at first, I was against it, but now I'm perfectly okay with it because, man, I regret not getting this help 20 years ago. And so, Pluzo, yeah, I'm sorry that me talking about this, brought up, something, dark from your past. But with that said, I sincerely hope you do address that with your therapist. That way, you can start to try to find some help with that issue and some closure with that because, dude, man, yeah, mental health is very, very, very important. The Reneth Knight, hey brother, what up? How come I don't get 26 viewers watching me when I stream? Reneth, hey brother, surprisingly enough, YouTube has started pushing my channel, and which surprisingly enough, Raven126 Entertainment here, we're starting to try to, curb our language, so we're not trying to be as profane as we were, which, I mean, I've cursed here tonight, but I've really started to watch my language, and I think that has something to do with the YouTube algorithm, the algorithm. And let me tell you what I was told, because I know you're a fellow YouTuber, and I've watched your streams. I've collabed with you, and you're part of my YouTube family. So what I was told is on YouTube, how the YouTube algorithm works is they have like a profanity monitor that monitors your stream or your upload. Like, let's say you upload a video, that monitors the first 5 minutes of it. So if there is no cursing the first 5 minutes of it, then like the monitoring program basically goes away. So then, if there's no cursing during it, YouTube will basically push that video, and I've been getting a lot more traction. So it might be something to do with that, or I don't know. But yeah, I'm just trying to do my best. And hey, girl, my feet hurts. Help me, please. Oh wait, because of the job you're doing right now. Because I know you said you were painting and whatnot, and that's the reason you haven't been able to stream as much as you've wanted to. But hopefully, brother, hopefully you get a little bit of time off, and you ain't gotta work so much. That way you could get back to a wee bit of streaming. Men don't complain about feet hurting, but I am. Hey, brother. Hey. Dude, come on now. It's like, dude, fucking the only people I've heard say that shit is people, that work, like 9 to 5 jobs. And kudos to fucking them, because if they got cushy office job, hey, mad respects to you. I'm not fucking throwing no shade to you, because I've always had to work the hard, back-breaking, fucking dirty fucking jobs, and brother, let me tell you, dude, if it's not your feet hurting, it's your fucking back hurting. And dude, I remember my grandpa way back in the day. My grandpa, I remember when I was just a wee little lad. We'd be baling hay, and I'd be throwing up hell days, and do these fucking things, huge. I think like a little square bale of hay. I think it's like normally about 35 to 55 pounds, somewhere around there. I think is what it weighs. And I was just a wee little shit, a wee little kid, and I'd be grabbing them, picking them up, throwing them on the fucking trailer, and my grandpa, and not only that, but we'd be cutting wood, and I'd be pushing around big old blocks, that were fucking bigger than me and shit like that. And my grandpa, he was like, "You need to quit doing that. You're gonna hurt your back." And I was like, "Oh, Grandpa, I feel fine." And yeah. Well, let me tell you, folks, that shit eventually will catch up with you. If you're young and you don't know what I'm talking about, give it a couple decades, you'll definitely know what I'm talking about. Reneth Night. Well, I'm going to go to bed. Have a great night. All right, Reneth Night, brother. It was awesome for you to stop in the chat. I greatly appreciate that. So, thank you, brother. I'm gonna get a quick drink of the soda. All right, let's get back to business. Okay, so all right, folks. So the military detainment facility is complete. The impossible build. We're going to save that for last. And right, oh damn it. See, dude, that's what I'm talking about. The Constantina wire right there really, really hurt people. But this right here is going to be the CDC, where people will check in, make sure they ain't got no zombie viruses or any of that, stuff that will, hurt the people of the line, because that is basically going to be our safe haven. So let's just go ahead and get this crud knocked out right quick, and we are a wee bit thirsty. Okay. And right quick, I just want to go ahead and say thank you so much to all the lurkers, because as Reneth has pointed out, we've consistently had about 26 viewers, and man, guys, I greatly appreciate that. You guys lurking in the chat, you guys are superstars. Whatever you got going on in your life, I hope it's amazing, and if not, dude, man, I got the best wishes for you. Hopefully it gets a lot better for you. Because, dude, fucking life is a bitch. And it is very hard. And, dude, yeah, man. Good times are awesome. One thing that I am slowly starting to learn is you gotta accept the good with the bad. And what I mean by that is sometimes, life, I mean, it has its downs, but without the downs, the ups wouldn't be as special as they are. I mean, I don't know if you folks know what I'm saying, but basically, it's the bad moments in life that makes the good moments as special as they are. So, I'm slowly starting to learn that, concept, and it is definitely helping out with my mental health. And yeah, we are slowly coming along in that process. But yeah, dude, hell, I'm very excited about it now, though. So tonight, I definitely got to admit to night has definitely been an odd stream, because normally I don't dive that much into my personal life, because I like to keep, stuff, happy and happy-go-lucky, kind of. And I don't like to, talk about, dark, depressing, touchy subjects. But, the way I kind of view it is, if I have a platform where I can maybe help somebody, then I will gladly pass on what knowledge I have, because at the end of the day, I mean, people, they think this is a race or a competition between folks, and it's like, folks, it definitely isn't. At the end of the day, man, we're just trying to get through this mug, and trying to live as good as life as possible. And if I can make somebody's journey or their struggle a little bit better based upon some of the knowledge that I have gained through heartache, I will gladly share that information. Okay, and what we're doing right now, for those guys that haven't played the game that much and don't really know what I'm doing, if you can see, like, right here below this block, that shit is kind of like pushed up. Let me see if I can find a better example of it. Like right here. You see how that shit's kind of pushed up? If you place a block down, look at it now. It's basically it flattens it out, makes it kind of more uniform. Do you folks see what I'm talking about right there? So basically, we're putting this across here. That way, it's basically all uniform and nice and flat, and it looks good. This is just one wee little trick that I learned with the first 7 Days to Die, and yeah, it's the same for this one as well. You had that in the first one, and you've got it in this one as well. So that is something that has been around for a long time, and they still haven't addressed. And I don't know if they can, or I don't know if they will. Regardless, man, I love this game though. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship with it because I have so high hopes for this game, and I feel like it, falls short of its glory sometimes, and that kind of makes me sad. So yeah, like I said, it's kind of a love-hate relationship with this game, but yeah, I definitely like it though because I can build a massive little project. Yeah, that shit right there is one thing I hate too. But because I can build massive projects like this right here, it's like, yeah, how cool does this shit look? This little military detention facility. And now we can fix the gates. Because earlier, when we was digging this shit up, we collapsed the gate. Now we can fix that. Okay. I think it was that way. Hell, I'm not certain. No, we'll put it right there. Okay. And you guys will probably wonder what the hell I'm doing, but you guys will see eventually. Now we gotta beat the shit out of this. Okay, there we go. All right, and now it looks nice, and got all that reinforcement across there, and it just looks like a regular gate. Yeah, now it looks nice. So it'll be cool if they made it an option like that, where it looked like that instead. Unfortunately, they haven't. So yeah. Well, like I said, it's a love-hate relationship, folks. And I need to check the time right quick. Oh, and good thing I need to check the time because my phone just died. And that's what I use to monitor chat. So let's go ahead and put that bad boy on the charger. Okay, alright, and let's keep going. I don't think I've been streaming for 6 hours yet, and this stream is going to be a 6-hour stream, so we're good. I think maybe I've been streaming probably maybe 2 or 3 hours so far, because I know I got lost down memory lane, so I guarantee I was probably talking about that stuff for maybe a couple hours. So alright, we're just picking up this shit, and we'll show you what I mean right here. Now, if you guys, oh, come on, there we go. Now, if you guys see that, it looks like all nice, flush, and even. I think it looks a lot better. Yeah, definitely a lot better. And we're just picking up these blocks. That way we can continue putting them along that other side over there. That way make it all nice and flush too. Make it all symmetrical. Okay, there we go. Okay. Nice. Nice. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, so we got everything there. So let's go ahead and give you guys a tour right quick. I know we did a tour earlier, but that we did that tour when not a lot of people was watching. So let's go ahead and give another tour right quick. That way you guys can see what we've built. And for those wondering, this whole area right here, none of it was here. It all looked like this right here beforehand. It just had all these yucca plants, you know, all this ground, different terrain features, trees, and all that crap. All that stuff was exactly right here. But, whoop, oh no. We got a friend. Well, I won't call him a friend. He's, yeah, because he'll definitely try to kill us. So yeah, he definitely not a friend. But yeah, all this stuff we've built. So okay. All right. Okay, and this right here is what we call our MDF, which is our military detention facility. And basically, this right here, once it's complete, which it'll never be complete, but we will start making progress on it. And basically, this right here is going to be a safe haven for you know, the people, you know, during the zombie apocalypse. They started building this beforehand because it was going to be for the well-to-do society. And, you know, then the zombie apocalypse happened during its construction. So they started moving people here as a safe haven. It wasn't complete, but a lot of it was. So this military detention facility was set up, and also the CDC over there, you know, the Serum Disease for Control over there was set up, you know, and those will check for, you know, viruses and all that stuff, you know, make sure people aren't zombies, and then they'll be held here at the military detention facility, make sure they're not aggressive, and check out their background, stuff like that. But we got this chain link fence across here, got our little notice, authorized personnel only signs. Then we got our danger landmine signs, and that's not a bluff, that's legit. Down there you can see our mines all the way along there. Mines, mines, mines. Mines for days. And we have these concrete barriers right here, Jersey barriers. to prevent people from ramming through the gate, trying to gain access. Then we got concertina wire there, Hesco barriers, sandbags. We got our guards, our soldiers there on guard, and yeah, dude, man, this thing, I think it looks sick. I think it looks cool. Yeah, I think this thing definitely looks cool. Super, super cool. Oh, what the fuck? And there goes the language again. Dude, what happened to the sign? Dude, this game better not slowly eat itself. I know I got a lot of blocks placed here, but damn, man. Alright, well, I'll make a mental note of that, and I'll deal with this shit later. Okay. There we go. That looks super cool. And then this right here is a little separation area between the CDC right here and the military detention facility over here. We got like a little barrier of separation right here. Because this is super, super secure over here. And this is secure, but it's not super secret squirrel secure, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Also got concertina wire here, because like I said, that is super, super, super secure. Okay. And we got our little fence right here, which this right here, we just started building out. It's still pretty new. I haven't got a lot done along this area right here, but my thoughts are we will have a walkway right here that extends all the way along this perimeter from right here, have a walkway over this little road right here, extends all the way around here and all the way to the backside over here, to right over there, and that will encompass this little perimeter. And we got our little Jersey barriers, and then we got these sand-filled ones, or water-filled, because water works just as well at stopping cars right here. And the reason we got those is because they have that high visibility reflective tape, and unfortunately the concrete ones do not have that. So I think that kind of looks cool. But then we got the traffic road closed, because this right here is basically going to be closed for everybody other than like government traffic, like government personnel, like the CDC or the military personnel and whatnot. And basically, when they need to use it, one of the soldiers on duty right here will come out and basically move the sign out of the way over here, and then they'll just be able to drive along through here. So, but this little tent right here, this is the immediate check-in before you enter into the CDC. This is only a real small operation. They're going to be only accepting 12 individuals at a time, because you see 6 chairs here, 6 chairs here. And basically what's going to happen in here, they're going to call 12 people in here, and you got soldiers on duty here, and then also you got like the military doctors on duty here. And basically they're going to have you lie in the hospital bed. They're going to check your blood pressure, your pulse, all that stuff. Unfortunately they're going to search you for zombie bites, to make sure you haven't got any bite marks on you, because the zombie apocalypse is upon us all. And unfortunately, if you've got bitten, I hate to be hateful, but sorry, we at this time we can't help you. And once they pass all that right here, then they will come inside the CDC right here for more advanced medical testing. And like I said, we've got to build that out We haven't built it out yet, but during this stream, we've built out this little road right here. And this little road, some people, might think it's like, well, why do you got it curving around like that right there? Why not? You can see the road right there. You can see the road right here. Why not just make a straight line there? And I will tell you, I guarantee you, if there's any veterans in my stream right now, other than myself, that are have combat experience, they will 150 million% be able to tell you why that is. And the reason for that is, in military facilities, you don't want like a straight line from the entrance to your checkpoint, because the reason being, from right there, somebody could speed up, crash through your checkpoint, and if they have the VBID, which stands for a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, which is basically a car filled with bombs, and they were to, crash through your checkpoint and make it over there to the building, more likely the building's gone. And the reason we have it set up this way, which if you've been there in real life, you've seen this. The reason they have it like this is because you have to slowly drive this right here. You can't drive this real quick because of all the snake turns. And at this moment right here where you come out, you only have a short window if you wanted to from right here to try to speed up. But from right here to there, in like a vehicle, let's say a van or whatever, because if you're moving a massive amount of, explosives, like a couple tons or whatever, you ain't going to have that shit packed in a car. It's because it's just not going to be built for it. So you're going to have that shit in a van or a cargo van or maybe a truck. And you ain't going to be able to pick up very much speed from right here to there. So, but, unfortunately, if that was to happen, unfortunately, our guards or our soldiers right here, like literally all of them would be gone. That one on duty, those two on duty, these three on duty, those two right there on duty, the sergeant right here that's in charge of the security force, he's gone. Literally, this whole area right here is gone. I mean, not the structures, but the people, they're done. Because more than likely, the shrapnel won't kill them, because, a bunch of these people are behind sandbags and whatnot, and not only sandbags, but they're behind the HISCO barriers, and that is very effective at stopping shrapnel. But, right here is the vehicle barrier, so right here is where the car would explode, and just the force from the explosive blast would easily kill all these soldiers here. Now, the building right here might get peppered with a shrapnel. With shrapnel, for folks that don't know, basically shrapnel is metal parts broken off during an explosion. It could be parts of a vehicle, or more specifically, those people that have watched, the Hollywood action films. You've seen, people throw grenades in the war movies. Grenades are designed, the metal encasing is cut up on the inside to fragment very easily. That way, when the explosive charge goes off, the grenade, the metal casing around the grenade, that explodes, and that right there is what kills the most people. In regards to grenades and whatnot, very few people are actually killed by the explosive force, because the explosive force only has like a small diameter, and it depends upon many factors, like, for example, how many pounds of it you have, the distance, like I said right here, the explosive force from, like, let's say a vehicle loaded with the explosives would literally kill all the guys right here, but the explosive force from right there to right here, I don't think it would be enough to cause significant structural damage to the building. Now, if we didn't have this vehicle barrier right here, which is just basically the vehicle barrier that you see in, like around all government buildings, not only here in America, but in other countries as well. These are basically hydraulic pumps, and they're in the up position right now, but when you flip the switch, they go down in position, and they're basically flush with the concrete right there. That way, if a vehicle's coming in, like maybe this 5 ton right here needs to leave, he can leave, no problem. And then once he's gone, then they just raise that back up. That way, no car can get beyond it. Because the difference on the explosion is, if a car was to get past this and made it to like the front door right here, that is where you would have significant damage. And I honestly, tell you the truth, I think you'd have enough structural damage, because right here to right there, there's literally no distance at all between that. And a vehicle loaded with the explosives literally absolutely destroy this building. That is one thing that our country learned from the travesty that happened in Oklahoma City back in 1995, is now around all government buildings and military facilities, there's an exclusion area or zone around them that basically protects, the people. And for those folks that haven't ever been in the military, but you've gone to see DC and wondered why you've seen little devices like this right here around like government buildings and whatnot, and they were a distance away from the building, that's exactly why, folks. Because you want the vehicle as far away as possible from the building. That way, the distance between the vehicle and the building, it greatly reduces the amount of stress that those explosives will put on that building right there. So, but without a shadow of doubt, like I said, unfortunately, all these soldiers right here, dude, they'd be, dead. Unfortunately, the Department of the Army would be reaching out to their mothers and sending them a flag grave coffin, unfortunately. And, that might sound, cold and sad and cruel and everything, but you have to look at military mentality. Military mentality is, it's better to lose, a few soldiers than to lose the masses. There's that old saying that everybody's heard around. If you could kill one person, or no, not if you could kill one person. If one person had to die to save 100 people, could you let that person die? And a lot of people, their answers would be no, because I can't be responsible for that one person dying. I could help them. It's like, well, yeah, but it's about numbers, though, unfortunately. And that's exactly how the military looks at it. Because at the end of the day, it's a sad business they're in. They're in a business that involves life and death. And, it's better for one person to die than, a lot of people. So like I said, yeah, these guys right here would make the ultimate sacrifice, but these people right here would be safe. So, but anyways, let's get on to the rest of the tour. This right here is our security tower. We got cameras going all the way up there. That way they can monitor from the inside, and maybe they can see something that our soldiers don't see, and radio it out to them. That way, our soldiers can check it out. And this right here is one of our, guard bunkers. And I think it looks super cool. It's got the sandbags all the way around there, and it's nice and reinforced. Also, it's got sandbags on top. That way, if they start getting mortared, the sandbags will, protect them from the shrapnel. And yeah, this looks super cool. And we got our soldier right here on guard. We got a chair right here because more than likely, these cats will be at like a 50% security. Which let me explain to you guys. 50% security in the military, basically that means like one on and one off. So basically right here in this guard bunker, let's say this guard bunker you assigned 2 or 4 people. If you were assigned 4 people, 50% on, 50% off would be 2 people would be up here on duty. They would be actively, looking for threats and whatnot. And then 2 people would be right here. They're still on duty, but they're chilling out. They're relaxing. They're not paying attention because it's basically their downtime. But they're chilling out, sitting out right here. They're in the locker eating their, pogey bait, which is, for anybody that's been in the military, there ain't nothing a soldier leaves without, pogey bait. You got your energy drinks. There's 3 things you always got to have. Energy drinks. You got to have your water for hydration. Because you fucking die without water, duh. And then, you got your fucking pogey bait for comfort, to, make you feel better. But yeah, that right there is in the first locker because that right there will be getting used the most. And then in here, this is just a spare locker for like, other accessories and tools. You got like a impact driver, chainsaw, wrench, flashlight, first aid and all that shit. You also got, a baton there. Then down here, you got extra uniforms for the soldiers in case one of their uniforms gets, ripped or something. And then in the gun safe, you got all sorts of arms, to deal with any types of threats that might come up. We also have an AT-4 here, or, a rocket launcher. And the reason we have that in our gun safe is because, let's say, maybe zombies aren't, attacking, but a group of marauders, they came across our spot and they planned out an attack and they want to hit us, and they got, vehicles and they're planning on ramming into our barriers, or they're driving by shooting at our guard towers. Soldiers would quickly run in here, grab out an AT-4 and give them what for, or they could, grab the M60 and make their life a living hell. And the M60, you can work on the zombies too, multi-versatile. So, but yeah, this is what one of the guard bunkers looks like. And we got like a little ammo cache here. We don't want to have too much ammo in one position, because if we do, and the enemy was to gain knowledge of that it would be very detrimental to our, force if an enemy sapper was able, or saboteur was able to get in and destroy that. Because without, beans and bullets, you don't have a force to fight with, as he used to say. And right here is basically a long position. And right out there is our old adversary that would have tried to kill us earlier, that wolf. I'm surprised he hasn't despawned yet. But yeah, like right here's a long position. That way, other soldiers from inside the building can run out here if we're getting overrun with zombies or whatnot. And we got a combo area right here because you're screwed without comms. And basically, this guard tower exactly the same, except for it's on the other, edge of the base. So we're not going to spend too much time there because I already showed you guys one. And basically, this one right here is exactly as the same one over there. So we're not going to spend too much time right here. Just basically give you a quick view. And which I think the views are pretty nice. Now, what I will say about this right here is right here, right exactly there where that discoloration is, there used to be a massive hill like right over there, exactly right there. And I was like, okay, hold up, wait a minute. Let me put my fucking pimpin' in it. Hold up, wait a minute. Let me put my pimpin'. Oh, all right, no, okay. But anyways, back to what I was saying. There used to be a massive, sand berm or a little, hill or mound or whatever you want to call it, right there. And I was like, man, if I used to have a military base, that shit would be gone because you don't need somebody that could hide behind that and potentially throw grenades, from there, behind there, over here to try to get our guys. You would literally have your engineers remove that train feature. And that's what we did. So, and another guard bunker right there. What up, buddy? Okay. And this guard bunker actually has a little table in it. So, two soldiers, that aren't on, they could be down here eating their, MREs or whatever, or they could be joking and smoking, playing cards, or whatever they need to do to pass the time. And normally, security in the military is normally at, like a 50-50 when you're deployed. It is rarely ever at 100%. The only time I've been exposed to it when it was at 100% security, and that was when I was in Iraq, and our little patrol base, in our shithole of the city was in the process of being overrun by the enemy, and literally everybody at the patrol base at the time, we had fucking mechanics at our patrol base at the time trying to fix some of our broken vehicles. And the Army trains mechanics. Yeah, they train them in, combat and shit like that, just because if they, go to war and they're exposed to it, they have to know how to defend themselves. But they only receive a little bit of training at it. They're mainly trained to, be mechanics, to fix vehicles, because that is their bread and butter. But when we went to 100% security, that was like literally everybody was on the roof and along the wall and in guard towers, manning a position, because literally we didn't know if fucking any of us were going to survive. Because we were getting hit that fucking hard, and it got to the point where we had even the medical personnel in our little first aid station send their people up to the roofs to man a position. The only person that we had in the first aid station was our PA, which stands for physician's assistant. Basically, he's the military equivalent of like a a general practitioner, and basically he's just like a general, doctor or whatever, and he's an officer, and basically he was down there in case anybody got wounded or anything like that, and yeah, literally the rest of the medical people, dude, they were up on the roof, and they're like, and dude, they were all fucking nervous as fucking shit, and it was fucking crazy. They're like, I I don't, dude, I'm scared. And it's like, dude, fucking chill out, man. We got this shit. Basically, what we need you to do is if we and I say we, I'm talking about myself and the other guys that were there because we were infantry. We were trained for combat. That was our bread and butter. We were like, if we start running low on ammo, like on our 240 or our 50 cal or the Mark 19 or whatever we're shooting, and we need that ammo, and we yell at you to go grab it, you fucking run your ass down there and you get that shit and you bring it up here as quick as possible. And you can try to be, shooting bad guys or whatever else, that you want to do or whatever. But that is going to be your main mission. When we start getting low on ammo and we yell at you to go get it, you run in, fucking grab that shit and bring it up here as quick as possible. Because the moment those guns go down is when all hell breaks loose. And that is when the tide in the battle turns from for you to against you. And that right there is the defining moment in a battle. And all can be lost in that moment right there. That's the reason having machine guns and whatnot is the deciding factor in a lot of battles. My position in the military, I stayed as the infantry, but my position when I went to Iraq was I was a 240 gunner, which was basically our squad, machine gunner. And now traditionally in the Army, a machine gun crew is supposed to consist of 3 personnel. It's supposed to be a 3-person machine gun crew. And let me break this down for you folks. You got your MG, your machine gunner, and normally he's E4 or an E5. He's in, a leadership type of position because you want somebody knowledgeable behind that machine gun. And let me tell you folks why. The reason why is because that machine gun that you have there, and in the Army right now, the current one that we use is the M240. And in the Army, it's the M240 Bravo. The Marine Corps, I believe it's either the 240 Charlie or the 240 Golf. I can't remember exactly which one. I know there's different variations on it. Basically, it's the same machine gun, just has, like a higher fire rate or, something else to serve different purposes. But in the Army, we got the 240, and that right there is the highest casualty producing weapon that we in the infantry platoon have. And if that sucker goes down, you're literally screwed, because you're in charge as a 240 gunner. Who you're assigned to is basically you're in charge of their security, their safety. Like, for example, if I'm on top of the Humvee, I'm a Humvee turret gunner. Basically, I'm like a guardian angel over that Humvee. My duty is to protect all 4 occupants of that vehicle. Well, it's 5 because I'm in the turret, but I mean, you count yourself last because it's the other 4 people below you first and yourself always last. So basically, the guardian angel of that Humvee. I pull security for that Humvee. But the thing is, when you're dismounted as a 240 gunner, then you can be assigned to, a squad of people, which a squad is normally, eh, okay, a platoon, infantry platoon's around 30 people. A squad, I think. Okay, a team is team leader. You got your rifle, your grenadier, and a team is probably about four, so be about eight to a squad. All right, let's just say yeah, 8 or 9 to a squad. So, and with that, and you got two teams to a squad, and then you have four squads to a platoon. And then the platoon, you got a platoon sergeant, which is normally E7 on limited occasions when you don't have an E7, which is a sergeant first class. You could have an E6P, which is a staff sergeant promotable there. And basically, that's a staff sergeant, but he's earned the promotable status, and he just hasn't, been to B knock yet, and hasn't, got promoted yet. But yeah, so basically you got that, and then you got a lieutenant, assigned to you. Normally it's the second lieutenant, but he could be upgraded to a first lieutenant, and then after that, normally once he becomes the first lieutenant, he normally goes from, the infantry platoon to battalion, and battalion he'll sit there and start doing like exo duties, like executive officer duty for like the colonel and shit like that, learning administrative tasks and everything. And then once he learns that, then he's further on promoted to a captain. And now as a captain, he leaves the battalion area, he goes back out to the company areas, and he gets the whole company to himself, which is basically 4 to 5 platoons in a company, which the infantry platoon normally around about 100 to 120 people. So yeah, he's the big cheese, so to say. But back to what I was saying though, is a machine gun crew. You normally got that E4 or E5 there as your machine gunner. Then you're supposed to have a AG and an AB. AG is an assistant gunner. The role of the assistant gunner is to basically feed your machine gun. He basically holds on the machine gun belt and makes sure it feeds into the machine gun flawlessly. And when the machine gun belt is getting low, because your machine gun belts, if it's from the can, it's 200 rounds. And once that starts getting low, his duty is to have the AB, which is the ammo barrier, get another can of 7.62 NATO, which is 308 civilian caliber, and have him run that up there. And once he gets that second can, he'll interlink that first belt with that second belt. That way there's no pauses in fire. That way once he shoots through that first 200 rounds, he immediately keeps on shooting. He ain't got to stop because it's already immediately hooked. Now the bearer, his position is obviously to bring ammo when it's needed, and he's also in charge of rear security. When the machine gunner and the assistant gunner are up there, rocking their, worlds, the enemy's worlds, doing their thing, his job is to make sure nobody fucking sneaks up on your ass and shoots you in the fucking back. So that's his main priority, with his second priority being, to get that fucking ammo when he's fucking needed. So, but yeah, that's how a machine gun team operates. Now, unfortunately, in Iraq, I was a three-man machine gun team because unfortunately at the time we didn't have personnel, and yeah, dude, I literally had to run the 240 Bravo by myself. The man, I love that piece of equipment. It is an awesome, awesome piece of equipment. Okay, so getting back to the tour. Uh, So now, this right here leads down into our arms room. This is going to be our armory for our military detention facility. And this right here, unfortunately, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you guys, I haven't built anything beyond here. Uh, and I said the military detainment facility was 100% complete. And I mean, it kind of is, but it's kind of not. The armory will be a part of it, and it's not complete. So technically, it's not 100% complete. But this right here is an electric controlled steel door. So basically, I can't show you guys what's well. Hell, I can show you, but I would have to fucking destroy this, and that's a lot of fucking steel. But if I had this connected to power, it would open this, and basically all you'd see behind this is dirt, because I haven't did anything literally behind this point right here. It's just straight dirt. So, but there will be a little switch right here on the wall that once I get this connected to power, basically one of your soldiers right here, when somebody need to come into the arms room to pick up, arms, basically they'd flip this switch. That would open up the arms room door, and then they would go in there. They'd meet the armor. They'd let the armor know that they're there to pick up weapon. What they're doing for it. What authorization they have and all that shit. And the armor would make sure they sign it out to them and give them their arms. And yeah, that would be that right there. And this right here is. Let me close that. This right here is our little service area for people coming into the military detention facility. This is going to be, like I said, we're holding people that have passed, that don't have any, zombie viruses or any shit like that. But basically, we're holding these people here in the military detention facility to determine if they're a threat to the civilians living inside the safe haven, because we have to check for aggressive behavior. We have to look in people's backgrounds and whatnot, and find out their past, and that will be happening right here while they're being detained. And I won't be being detained for a couple hours or whatever. They're going to be here, a few weeks, to a month or whatever, until we, completely believe, that they're not a threat, to the civilians in the safe haven. Because obviously we don't want, some, gangbangers or some criminals or whatever, getting into the safe haven with, just your normal hardworking mom and pops, because no, that's not going to happen. So, and, but yeah, like I said, you got soldiers on duty right here. You got their, chairs and, computer. You got like a little wall safe right here to store currency. Because, one of the workers, that are working on the project right here, because obviously people are living here, but it's not complete. So some of the workers that are living here are going to be building it, and on their off time, they might go out and have booze and whatnot, and get a little bit rowdy, more rowdy than they should. And obviously, they're going to have to go to the drunk tank, and they're going to have to be financially penalized for doing so. And yeah, they will pay their fine, and then after they sober up, they'll get out. And yeah, so going through here, we'll go up to our first our first holding area. And this right here will be for single folks and also VIPs. And the reason I say that is because this is a smaller holding facility than the second one upstairs. The second one upstairs is what we call the FHU, the family housing unit, and that one has a lot more capacity, and that will be used just to hold families specifically, no single people or whatever, because that way families aren't divided or anything like that. Because if they were to be stored in this right here, families might be separated from one another, and no, that's not good. You never want to separate a family, and soldiers have no desires or intentions to do that because soldiers serve the public, and no, they wouldn't do that. So, yeah, right here's our holding facilities, and they got a little shitter and a little sink right there, and unfortunately, there's no privacy. Because you're being monitored, 24/7 to see, if you're a threat to, our society in there. And yeah, unfortunately, you gotta forego, privacy until you get through the process. But one thing that I'll mention, I don't like how the Fun Pimps have did this. I really wish they would have added like two different versions of this commercial toilet, like a clean version and like a dirty version, because this right here is a military run facility, and I can promise you there is no way a fucking toilet would look like that in the military, because if it did, the person that's responsible for having that toilet look like that would not only have a bad day, but he would literally have a fucking bad week, because, yeah, no, I mean, it leaves me speechless. That shit would not be acceptable whatsoever. And basically, this is just the same right here. So you got two levels right here in this holding facility, and the cool thing is, of course, this is all caged right here, because we don't want the prisoners, if they were able to break free from their cells. We got guards over here. We don't want the prisoners to be able to access the guards or the soldiers to try to hurt them. Which, I mean, the soldiers would perfectly be capable of taking care of themselves, but I mean, we have to look out for the welfare of the soldiers, because if we don't look out for them, I mean, who will? They've got enough burdens upon their shoulders. So, but that is our first holding area. And I think it looks super cool. Took me a while to figure out what paint I wanted, because if you guys are wondering, this did not look like this when I placed it down. I actually had to paint it this color. Let me see if I got one of those blocks right now. I don't. Okay, well, let's say it basically looked like that, which it didn't. It looked like a still version of that. It was basically the still block, and I had to paint that so it would look like this right here. And there's a bunch of different colors that you can choose from, but I thought, this being a secure facility and whatnot, that this right here looked like the best choice of paint though. So, and up here you got the diamond pattern, that you see a lot in the industrial settings, and that's for slip protection on slippery surfaces. Okay, alright, and now let's go. This right here is our second holding area. This right here is basically our FHU, which is our family housing unit. And as you can see in this one right here, it's more of a family environment. So there's going to be less of a military presence here. There's still going to be a soldier on duty, but it's less of a military presence because you don't want to frighten the children. You don't want to create a disturbance amongst the families. But there still is a massive amount of cameras, because they need to monitor people because we're trying to determine if these people are a threat or not. So we still have to monitor them. We still have to ensure the safety of these people, but we don't want to have a huge soldier presence. That way, it doesn't frighten children, which, is completely weird. Because back in my day, children, thought soldiers were superheroes, but nowadays it seems like, the narrative are soldiers, are bad guys, cops are bad guys, and all this, and it's just bad. Uh, but so yeah, well, like I said, we don't want to create a huge military presence, but yeah, this right here, it's a lot more capacity than down there in the first one because, like I said, we want the families to stay together. And this right here is a cool uh, thingy that I was looking at, like literally halfway after I got like halfway around here. I sit there, started thinking about that, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't like that because at first I literally had all the beds, like this one right here, all of them looking exactly the same. Like this pillow was right here, that pillow was exactly right there, that pillow was exactly right there, that pillow was right there. That way exactly all lined up with each other. And I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't have harmony in it or whatever because in this cramped space, there's going to be a lot of strange odors and you want to try to make it as pleasant for people as possible. So you don't want to have this person right here, his head right there, and be his feet right there, and this person's head right here, and their feet right there, because this person would be smelling this person's feet. And it's like, maybe this person right here, maybe they got, smelly feet. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but some people do. So that's the reason we got it like this. That way, yeah, these two people right here, basically they're sleeping right beside each other because both of their heads are basically right there. But at least they ain't got to smell, another's feet. So, yeah. And the ceiling up there, we got our ventilation right there. That way we can always be bringing in fresh air, and keeping this, temperature, controlled and whatnot. And like I said, we got more bedding right here. And this right here, we actually have privacy in the bathrooms here, and this is for the kids because yeah, we need to maintain a secure environment, and unfortunately with adults, sometimes you have to be exposed to things that aren't so pleasant as a result of something like, if you're in this type of setting, well, unfortunately, you're not going to have privacy, but it's different with children because children, they don't, their minds aren't as developed as adults are, and they might not understand certain situations, and they don't deserve to be exposed to this stuff. So for the family housing unit, they actually have privacy. And this bathroom right here will be for number one. So it's basically just for men that, gotta go number one. And this one right here will be number one and two. So basically, this one's dedicated for females, but also men that have to go number two can go here because they got the toilet. But for men that just need to go number one, they got the urinal. That way, if a man got to take a piss and a woman needs to go to the bathroom, obviously the man doesn't come over here to pee because he's got his own little urinal there. That way he could pee at the same time as a woman or, a child, is taking care of their business. So, yeah. Harmony. And like I said, it's the same thing down here. Same thing, exactly the same setup. There we go. Cool, cool. And at this point in the stream, I just noticed I got an indication that I got 30 people monitoring the stream at this point. So I just want to go ahead and give a massive shout out to everybody that is lurking in the stream. Normally people are all about, interaction, in their live streams. They want people chatting and all that stuff. But here, I got nothing but love for the lurkers because you guys are, the bread and butter of my community. You guys are helping me on the road to get monetized, so you guys are greatly appreciated. So thank you on behalf of me because you guys are doing something special, and that is greatly appreciated. So thank you. And this right here, obviously, this is our roof. This right here is our little electrical closet, and it's got, ventilation on all sides. Got ventilation over there, and also right here at the back. That way, all the hot air produced from the generators can go out, and we get nice air circulation in going on there. And as you can see right now, the cameras, they're motion activated, and these two are not happy with this right now. Let me go a little. Oh, there we go. Now that one over there doesn't like us also because it went from red to green. That means we're on CCTV, folks. So yeah, hell, I think that's kind of cool. But obviously, when you get directly below it, obviously it can't see you. But there ain't going to be nobody able to get directly below it unless they're coming from inside here. So, but if they're landing here on the helipad, yeah, buddy, you're on CCTV, baby, because all three of those mugs see you. And this right here is our helicopter pad, which basically our helicopters right down there. And but yeah, I painted this red and white because if you guys see this shit right here, basically this is happening because basically because of RAM or something like that. It's basically I've built so much in this tiny area that the game is kind of struggling to process it, which is kind of sad because I'm using a PS5 and it's supposed to be next gen, and it's struggling to render in all the graphics and everything from what I built. Like right now, you can't even see the impossible build, even though it's right next to this. Where there is there now it's slowly coming up. Yeah, right there. Yeah, slowly coming up. But yeah, dude, that shit absolutely drives me crazy. Because it's like, man, dude, yeah, now you can't even fucking see it. Ah, man. Earlier, as I was saying, I have so much inspiration and hopes for this game, but it's like, man, it's a love-hate relationship with it. It's like, God, oh, So, yeah, I'll give you guys a little demonstration right quick. Bump, 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 bump. Gyro. Gyro to the rescue. And no, we're not getting a sandwich, even though a gyro would be fucking awesome right about now. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's fuel this bad boy up. There we go. Alright. Raven 126 Houston, yeah, we're about to blow this popsicle stand. Okay, Raven, you're good to take off. Good, buddy. Have you been drinking today? Absolutely. Okay, just wanted to know. Alright, and here we go, folks. And man, when we come in, we won't be able to see that at all because the rendering thing is so fucking bad. Dude, like I said, it's love hate with this game. I really love it, but it just rubs me the wrong way because I have such high expectations for it. Okay, all right. Let's start turning this baby around. And we got a little bit too low to the ground there, but that's okay. We'll even out, and yeah, okay, we're on good heading right now. Might need to raise a little bit in elevation, but we're going to continue on this path, and then right as we approach it, we'll fucking see it literally at the last minute, and which I absolutely hate that. Because there it is, right there. Alright, we're way too high. Okay, alright, we're not going to be able to make this one. Oh, alright, cut off. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm talking about. It's like, dude, come on. Literally, you can only see it at the last minute. It's like, dude. Ugh. Okay, alright. Okay, here we go. We're not lined up, but we'll make a crash landing. There we go. Ta-da! Nice. Yeah, and that's our little helo pad. Now this bad boy right here, I want to show you guys the reason I call this an impossible build. Obviously, because this thing is so freaking wide. Well, holy shit, now it's not wanting to act up. Now it's actually behaving. Yeah, look at how wide this freaking thing is. I think it's like 30 blocks wide, and then it's got 3 blocks on protection to the left and 3 blocks of protection on the right, which is basically going to be the outer layer structural protection. So basically it's 36 blocks wide, and it goes from that level all the way up to max height. And let me show you what that looks like, guys. Oh, come on. We got our chopper turned around. Wait a minute, before we do that, alright, let's do that. Alright, there we go. That way we got a little boost. Okay, and we're going to have to circle around this mug several times just to get to the top. Because unfortunately you can't fly it straight up. Because if you did, the gyrocopter would stall out and crash and burn, and you might crash into your building and it wouldn't be good. But right here, we're getting close to the top right here. Come on, baby. Okay, right there is the top. Fuck yeah. There we go, doggy. Alright, look at that, guys. Look at that. Oh, that thing is stupidly tall. Nice. Okay, that's how we do it. Okay. So yeah, that's what I've got going so far. And yeah, man, I think there's two different types of people that play 7 Days to Die. There is the people that literally love to build, and I am definitely in that demographic. I love freaking building. I literally geek out about it. It's what inspires me and motivates me and whatnot. And then there's those people that just like to do the side missions and all of that, and they don't really get excited about the building. And for those folks, it's like, I'm sorry, because you probably don't get excited as I do about this. But yeah, this right here, if I was to see this in 7 Days to Die, I would be like, holy shit, this is awesome. One of the guys I stream with routinely, MDN, he was actually telling me, he's like, dude, seriously, I'm not blowing smoke, man. Sincerely, he's like, you need to reach out to the fun pimps, man. Show them what you've got here. Dude, this literally should be in the game. And I was like, no, dude. I was like, blah, 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 blah. But, yeah, dude, man, I just think this looks super cool, though. So, yeah. So, okay. All right. Now that we did the tour, need to, get back to building. And unfortunately, I'm probably going to lose a lot of viewers because, and which that's perfectly fine. Okay, but, a part of the building process is you do a lot of monotonous crap, and unfortunately, people really don't like watching that over and over and over. And hey, I get it, because tell you the truth, I like building, but I don't know if I would literally watch somebody place 1,000 blocks over and over. I mean, I have before, but it was somebody that I work with, that I support their streams. But yeah, so I completely get it. But okay, all right, let's start with putting the razor wire on top. And I think, is that one right there that we need? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, I think this looks super cool as hell. Ah! Okay, my guy needs to eat and drink. Because if he doesn't, he's gonna die, folks. You gotta feed yourself, which, if you guys will pardon me, I need to take a drink right quick. Oh, man. That definitely hits the spot. My throat was getting a wee bit parched. Oh, man. Yeah, that's definitely hitting the spot. Okay, there we go. All right, cool. So it looks like we got 5 minutes left until 11. So looks like I got an hour and 5 minutes left of the stream. So okay, all right, let's make a lot of progress. Okay, there we go. And once again, I just want to go ahead and shout out you guys that are lurking because yeah, you guys make it a lot better when there's somebody here, lurking in the stream, because for those that haven't ever tried YouTube, to be a YouTuber, let me explain how it kind of happens. At first, literally, when you first start streaming, unless you get super, super, super lucky, literally nobody's watching you. Nobody. Not even one person. And this goes on for a while, a long while. Nobody's watching. You can stream a lot. Not a single person stops in. After you're consistent and you stream for a while, then sex bots will pick up that you're routinely streaming, and literally you'll get bombarded with links to like porno sites, like literally all the time. And me and the team of guys that I work with on YouTube that I stream with together, we call ourselves the Death Kings. Which, if you guys are brand new to the channel, you guys definitely need to check us out. We are an awesome group of people, real down to earth. There's 2 Americans and there's 2 British, and I'm sure there's some joke out there about that. But we stream every Friday, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we normally stream for at least 3 or 4 hours. So now, if you're in the UK, the time that they stream in the UK, it's 2 p.m. here. They're 6 hours ahead, so it will be 8 p.m. UK time. So they'll normally go to 11 p.m. or midnight in UK time. So yeah, but if you guys haven't seen them, you definitely need to check them out because we're definitely an odd group of folks, and it's always a laughter, and our streams have been picked up more and more. We're starting to see a lot more traction, which is very very, very good. I mean, it feels very rewarding for all this hard work that we've put in, and obviously none of it's been paid, because we're doing this because we hope to one day get monetized. But yeah, now it's starting to pay off because we're actually starting to get traction. And on the Death King stream, though, one stream we mentioned how we kind of miss the sex bots, because back in the day when we first started, there was like nobody watching the stream, nobody whatsoever. And then, after you became consistent, then the sex bots, crept up on you, and obviously, you report them and try to get all that stuff off and everything, because some of those sites are crazy, and you don't want to be associated with that crap, So you get taken care of. But yeah, no, we were joking about that the other day, and then one of our honorary Death Kings, Tom Follery. And guys, these are all guys that if you click on my page, there will be a current collaborations tab. Literally everybody that I'm talking about, the Death Kings, and our honorary Death King, Tom Follery, all these cats are listed on my current collaborations page. So you could literally like click on their link, and it will take you directly to their page, and you can check out their content. And but yeah, Tom Foolery, he actually came in one time and was pretended to be like a sex bot in one of our chats. And dude, man, all of us just bust out laughing and everything. And yeah, it was great times. And it's like, yeah, oh, kind of miss the sex bots. uh, okay. Okay, go on down there. There we go. And I haven't seen any chats come across my PlayStation, but my phone died, and normally I use my phone to monitor, chats. That way, if anybody messages, I can reply because your guys' time is very important. And if you guys take the time to write me a message, I want to acknowledge that and respond. Unfortunately, the stream today has been long enough that my phone battery died. Yeah, because it's a little bit older phone, and the battery just isn't as strong as it used to be. Basically, my phone is telling me I need to trade that mug in and get a new one. But it's like, shit, hell, man, I ain't really got $1,000 to buy a new phone right now. Well, more than that, it's about $1,200 now, I think. Uh, which I'm going to go ahead and share this preference, and maybe I shouldn't because I'm sure I'll probably get a bunch of hate. I am actually an Android fan. I like the Samsung S Galaxies. I've literally been a fan ever since the first one came out, and yeah, I had iPhone for my job, and I'm sorry, but I guess I'm old or something, and I just couldn't use it as effectively as I was using my Android because that's what I knew and that's what I grew up on. And so my boss would always get pissed off that even though I had a work phone, I would always be using my personal phone to send messages and reports and all that. And it's like, well, sorry, boss. I don't know how to use this, and you need to get reports. So, yeah. Okay, that's looking a lot better right there. That is looking a lot freaking better. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, so it looks like we just need that little section right there, and we will be gravy. There we go. Ah, damn it. Eh. Okay. All right. We're going to have to see about that. We might have to use one of the other ones. Yeah, we're going to have to use two of the other ones, unfortunately. Because that was not long enough. Okay. Alright, so that was that one right there, and we need to use this one right here, because this one will be basically the same thing right here, except for 3 long This one is one long, one wide, long. What the fuck am I saying? One wide. There we go. Okay, and we're going to rotate that. That way, that looks. Yeah, dude, that looks. Yeah, dude, that looks good. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. So now we got that. Let's jump in the big old monster truck. Yeehaw! Ah. Dude, the turning on this monster truck is absolutely garbage. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, all right, cool. But yeah, dude, that's the basic concept. Yeah, dude, that's looking super cool. Okay. All right, so okay, all right, so we need a fence right here, and we need a couple of soldiers standing guard. Okay, wait, nope, not that. Where'd it go? There it is, right there. All right, okay, cool. Okay, I think yeah, it needs to be that way. Okay. All right, and yeah, this is exactly how I want it to open. Okay, now because the fun pimps didn't make two different versions, now we gotta break this shit. And you guys will see exactly what I'm talking about right meow. Alright, there we go. And now that's exactly what we want it to look like. Because I think it looks a lot better like that right there than like that right there. I don't like all that excess crap on there. To me, it doesn't look very professional, very military-like. So, but yeah, you break that thing to where it's almost broke, and yeah, now it looks professional. Except for I don't like how that glitched in right there, but unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. That's just on the game right there. Man, why the fuck couldn't it did that right there? Right there. Oh, guys. As I said, a love-hate relationship with this game. Dude, man, that looks perfect right there. Why couldn't that... Don't even go there, bud. Don't even go there. Oh, my God. I'm gonna lose my... Okay, alright. So now we need some soldiers. Okay, and soldiers, where are you? There we go. And round right here. One right here. There we go. And I notice I need to fix this. And also fix that right there. So let's go ahead and take care of that. If you guys are wondering why this is like that right there and this right here is early, I think I did this before stream. I seen this right here, and basically this was so high right here that it was almost up to this wall over here, and I just didn't like the way that looked. I was like, you know what? No military base would have their exterior wall basically right up next to something right here where they could basically walk over there. So I dug out this little part right here. That way, you know, you couldn't gain access that way. So, yeah, now we just need to. That's why we gotta paint this stuff right here. I believe that was a concrete. Yeah. Concrete yellow. Okay, all right, there we go. There we go. And while we're doing this, while we're making some repairs, let's go repair that sign that I seen that was missing earlier. Yeah, I have no clue what the hell happened to it. Where was that at? I think right here. Yeah, right here exactly. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's go ahead and repair that. That way we won't have to worry about it. And we gotta be real careful. Dude, Mountain. Dude, I'll tell you guys a funny story. Dude, I was actually working in here, getting like all this crap set up, and for whatever reason, my brain wasn't working because a lot of this I do like when I first wake up, and then you know I'll do a lot of it, you know, like after work and whatnot, where basically you know my mind should be like, hey, let's sleep, but it's like, man, I need to, you know, rock out on this and progress it and progress. And basically, I'm on zombie mode, and my brain wasn't functioning as it should normally. And I dug all this crap out, and I got this set in, and I started working on this right here. But before I finished it, I put in the mines right here, and then I started trying to finish this right here. And let's just say, yeah, your boy blew himself up a couple times. So, yeah. After that right there, I learned, I was like, okay, stop placing the mines until it is literally the last thing you gotta place. So, yeah. Because your boy here only learns the hard way. That's the only way I learned. Okay. Oh, no. Where is it? Where the hell is it? I know I got it saved. Or I thought I had it saved. What the fuck is it? Okay. Oh, alright. Let's try this again. You weren't saved? I know I saved you. Okay, alright, so now it's saved. Okay. Alright, so... Okay, and let's write on it. And we just jumped up to 40 votes that are watching. What the hell did I put on that? Danger landmines. So just want to go ahead and give a shout out to all you guys out there in Lurker Land. You guys are greatly appreciated. So thank you so much, guys. You guys are the reason we do this. Alright, landmines. Danger, landmines. Danger, land. Okay, alright, cool. So that's fixed. Now if we can just get out of here. Okay. There we go. Brenda, what up? Hey, what up, Brenda? What you doing, baby? And for those of you guys in chat right now, Brandon is, he's one of the, the wonderful members of our community. And you might not know it, but Brandon is a damn pro COD player. I mean, we were streaming COD the other day, and Brandon, we had an open spot, and Brandon was like, "Hey, bro, you mind if I join up?" And we like, "Yeah, yeah, cool." And yeah, dude, we thought he was a novice, and he quickly showed us he was a pro. So yeah, Brandon, man, dude, yeah, dude, that was awesome. He's definitely carrying us that game. I was like, brother, I was like, I hope you got strong shoulders because you are going to need them. Okay. Alright, just checking time. Okay, alright, so we got another 45 minutes. Okay, late night couch rotting. We've got to play it again sometime soon. Yeah, brother. Hey, whenever we're streaming, and how well does cross-platform work for 7 days? Do you know? Brandon, I will tell you, it doesn't work very well at all. And what I mean by that is the game will work perfect, but the communication doesn't. And what I mean by that is on the cross-platform, 7 Days to Die. Our brand not super. Yeah, yeah. Dude, it's always something with this damn crap, but our buddy, the Rage King, our fellow Death King, the Rage King, he has transitioned over and he has left console and he plays on PC now. And he can join us, but unfortunately, when he joins us, since he's on PC and all of us are on PS5, nobody can literally hear him talk. So now what we do is we do Discord chat. That way everybody can hear him talk. But the trade-off is now that we're using Discord chat is people can hear us talk and they can hear him talk, but they can't hear the other people. So it's crazy the way it works, and it's complete crap. But Brandon, what you was saying about COD and getting another game in, brother? Yeah, dude. Whenever me and RSG and MDN, like maybe on a Sunday or maybe even a Saturday or something like that, that we're not doing 7 Days to Die because on Fridays, it's our dedicated Death King, special. And that right there, unfortunately, we tell people all the time, hey, sorry, it's got to be the OG Death Kings. But when we're doing basically, like kind of like community, when it's not like a Death King event or whatever, and it's just us streaming, if there's a free spot, we say, hey, come one, come all. It's like, yeah, start a queue. And we have routinely a Wasinator. He's a monetized YouTuber. He plays with us all the time. We had you come in there. And yeah, dude, man, it's always an awesome time. And yeah, brother, I would love to play with you again because dude, like I said, you're a pro level and I'm novice. But yeah, I am getting better though, because I've been playing COD for about a month now, and I'm slowly getting a wee bit better. So, okay. What do you need to be monetized or to get donations? I haven't heard anything about donations, but monetization. Basically, what I need is I need to have 1,000 subscribers and I need to have 4,000 hours watch time for the entire year. And basically, right now, I'm not worrying about subscribers, even though if people subscribe, I sincerely appreciate, but I'm not pushing that right now. Because right now, the hardest thing for YouTubers to get monetized is the 4,000 hours watch time. Because somebody watching 4,000 hours of your content, that is very, very, very hard to get. And so me right now, YouTube has slowly started pushing my channel over within the past 2 months, and they've been pushing it more and more. I am getting a lot more watch time. I believe right now I'm sitting at 1,400 hours of watch time for the year, I believe. Uh, so want my thinking, my way of thinking is when I get to 2,000 hours watch time, which is basically half of what I need for the watch time. What I'm going to do at that point, I'm basically in the videos or the lives start saying, hey, and I ain't going to say it a lot because I don't like to bother people, but I will start mentioning on each stream. It's like, hey, folks, I hate to do this, but I'm getting close to that point. At this time, I would greatly appreciate if you sub to the channel because it would greatly help me out. But like I said, right now, I'm not going to bother people with that because like I said, the watch time is literally the hardest thing, and I'm going to wait until I'm halfway there, because the subs, from what I've heard from people, is a lot easier to get once your watch time goes up. So, but yeah, I am super excited about that though, Brandon. Super, super excited. It is, I wonder how you can get like a super chat or a channel membership. I wonder. Oh, okay. All right. It said the same thing. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. I'm not really sure there. Like I said, I don't really know about that. But no, it's my, my great goal. Because for everybody, and Brandon, you already know this because you sitting on a million of our streams. But for you folks out there that are new to the channel today, I've always said that once I get monetized, the folks that I work with on YouTube, we call ourselves the Death Kings. And if you go on my page, they're under my current collaborations. It consists of Guyver X13, MDN, the Rage King 34, and also Tom Foolery. I've said it once and I'll say it a million times. If I was lucky enough to get monetized, those cats, dude, they're coming with me. Because whatever money I make from YouTube, I would be sharing with them, and I would be promoting the absolute crap out of their channels as well until they, got to the point where they could be monetized too. And then basically it'll just be like a group fund. That way, eventually we could all quit our day jobs and then focus on YouTube. And basically I would be, kind of like a Oprah Winfrey, or basically kind of like a Mr. Beast. I mean, obviously, I've got bills to pay and all that crap, but the people that are doing real well on YouTube, that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars or whatever, it's like, dude, once I get myself taken care of, all the money after that, it's like, what's the purpose, So I would be doing massive giveaways, literally, I'd be like, okay, guys, all right, today, yeah, we're giving away a brand new PS5, or hey, today we're giving a brand new, gaming computer. I don't know how much gaming computers cost, but I know like some of the higher end ones, cost easily, three plus thousand, so yeah, dude, I would love to do that because if I got monetized, you know, as long as I'm taking care of myself, at the back end, which I would be sure to do, because I've got, family I got to support and whatnot. Uh, as long as I was doing that and, we were well off, dude, all that extra money, it's like, dude, you can't take it with you when you die. I mean, do something for society. Make, your world that you live in a better place. And those people, that helped me get there, dude, like I said, dude, they'd be taken care of, man. Because that's one thing that has always bothered me is, people that I know, dude, they change when they start to become somewhat successful. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that not one bit. Because you can't forget the people that were with you when you were a nobody. I mean, because if you do, you ain't got no fucking soul in you. You ain't got no shred of decency. So, yeah, that's the way I look at it. I would definitely love to be able to do that. And around the holidays, do something like super special. Like, okay, hey, we understand Christmas is coming up, so like maybe on December the 1st, do like a giveaway for somebody that has like a family, like a wife and kids, like an all expenses paid shopping trip for them. That way they can basically whatever their kids want in the store. Are you going place? Okay, there you go. Basically whatever their kids want in the store, basically gets got, and then the wifey, if she wants new Louis Vuitton or Chanel or Michael Kors or whatever, it's like, do whatever you want, do, hey, yeah, man, we got you. And and dad, he's always easy, please, I'm sure he'd want something from Victoria's Secret, from for the good old wifey, so he really easy, please. But yeah, well, I think it'd be cool to do giveaways like that. I think it'd be real cool. Man, how are you going to get on there? What's up with you? The hell? Why are you? There it is, right there. There it is. I was like, why the hell aren't you placing, fool? I was about to lose my mind. Jensen's game and build it, damn it! Oh well. Hey, brother, what's up there? You? Uh, for those folks in chat right now, and Jensen, we're doing pretty well on this stream. Unfortunately, it's about to end in another 30 minutes because I committed myself to a 6 hour stream today. And right now, dude, I think earlier we were up to like 45 people in chat. And I think right now we're sitting somewhere between 40 to 45. But for those folks in the chat, yeah, I told you, it's all good. I'm at work, lol. Hey, no worries, brother. But for those people in the chat, Jensen's Gaming right there, I told you all that I geek out about building and whatnot. Jensen's Gaming, dude. If you guys like building, go check out his channel. This guy, see me? Lots of slackers and lurkers. LOL. To be honest, it's all good. I like those people too. LOL. See me, guys. See, I can build like structures and whatnot. Like all this right here, I'm building all this. But where I lack creativity is when it comes to like interior decoration. And my boy right there, Jensen's Gaming. That MF, dude, that guy, he can decorate like nobody's business. I've watched so many of his streams, sometimes just lurking, sometimes I'll tune in and chat with him. And he's given me so much inspiration. And there's been flat out times I've told him on stream, I was like, bro, I was like, that right there, dude, man, I'm still in that. And he's like, hey, dude, it's all good, brother, you know? Yeah, dude, Jensen's Gaming, folks. If you guys like watching building and whatnot, like I said, definitely give him a peek because that cat is like the Picasso of interior decoration, man. I mean, no cap, dude. This cat is, dude, yeah, he's on point. I struggle when it comes to interior decoration. Dude, to be honest, I'm not really good at it. But Jensen's Gaming, dude, yeah. That's all I can hope for. Hopefully, inspire some creative builds. Okay, I gotta pull up. Yeah, all right, my phone's charged now. All right, 1 second, Jensen, brother, I gotta pull up chat. My phone died earlier, and I'm reading the messages off PlayStation right now. But that one was a wee bit long, and it cut off. So let me pull up YouTube because you took the time to respond, and I like to acknowledge everybody that responds. Okay, bump. That hopefully inspires some creative build in people's games. Yeah, brother. Dude, I know it definitely are. Messages off PSN is a pain. MSG messages? MSGS messages off. PS is a pain. Oh, okay. Alright, cool. Alright, guys, and we just jumped up to 51 messages. Okay. That's what I thought you meant, but I wasn't 100% certain, so I was like, I'm not 100% certain. Okay, alright, so now what I'm thinking, guys, is we got those, little thingies fixed, like that little broken thing down there fixed. And we got those couple of thingies over there painted. So now what we need to start building is the elevated walkway that goes around the perimeter of this right here. That way, we can keep an eye out for any threats. So, what we are going to do, first thing first. Alright, we have our Hesco barriers. Oh, you better not do it, you SOB. If you guys just heard it now, that was a coyote stuck on something. And those little bastards, I used to not have my mine filled enclosed You know, it used to be open because I didn't have it completely fenced off yet. Those damn coyotes, rabbits, and all that crap, and little foxes would always get in my minefield. And literally, I'd be working around this thing and just hear explosion after explosion. And the whole time I'm like, God damn it. Ah! So that's the reason I completely enclosed this, because I'm tired of those little bastards setting off my minefield. We've got the zombies turned off because we're not trying to do a zombie apocalypse. DoorDash. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be wanting to eat any roadkill, brother. But yeah, we're not really wanting to do any zombie apocalypse here. We're just wanting to do builds, but yeah. Okay, all right, and that goes around there. Tastes like chicken. You know, yeah. I couldn't disagree with you, brother. Absolutely, you know, and you know, it would be barbecue. You know, fresh barbecue. Al dente. Whatever the fuck that means. Okay, alright, yeah, alright, I like that, that's cool. Okay. Alright, so now we got that, you know, barrier right there. Bump, bump, bump. That's why you hunt with C4, kills and cooks it at the same time. Perfect time saver. Brother, you killed me, man. You killed me. Whatever left. Oh shit, man. Oh, hey guys, this is what I'm talking about. You know, our community here. I do. We've got a great community. It's just a bunch of guys, you know, that like to, you know, live life and laugh and, you know, just, I mean, yeah, sometimes we talk about, you know, heavy shit, like every now and again we'll, you know, talk about, you know, life events or whatever, but we try to stay away from that as much as possible because at the end of the day, we want you guys laughing, we don't want you sad, and yeah, so, but no, dude, Jensen, man, he got me busting my gut laughing. Live, laugh, eat fish tacos in the apocalypse. Brother, I don't know about fish tacos. I've always been more into steak. Man, I love me some steak, brother. Love me some steak. So, okay. All right, let's get rid of this crap right here because we need to make some space. And we could always just bring that back up if we need. Only in the apocalypse, I want steak too. But we do what we got. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. You gotta do what you gotta do. Truer words are never spoken. Okay. Alright, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna get some steel. And I have some cobblestone, concrete mix. And I've got the steel, also got the wood. So, alright, as we always do, we're going to make everything out of wood first to make sure that we like how it looks. And if we do, then we will commit. Catwalk. No, those are very basic. Yeah. This is the one nice one. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so not that one. That one. There we go. And wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh yeah. Okay, all right, right there. All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, and that one. Hold on, hold on. Let me think about this for a second. All right. Let me revisit that. Okay. All right. Let's just continue on. And yeah, we'll revisit that. That way we won't have to go over something a million times. Those lurking, don't forget to smack the like button. May give you a warm, fuzzy feeling inside after all. Or it's yes. Either way, warm and fuzzy feelings. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that, man. Okay. Bum bum bum. There we go. There we go. Okay. Alright, and that's starting to get to the support. If you guys look at that right there, it's starting to change color. And what that means for those folks that haven't played the game, these right here, they can only support a certain amount. And eventually you'll get this, they'll start turning color. I think I could still place this and it'll be good. But if I place another one beyond that, I believe it'll probably collapse. And sometimes you'll see it as red, like right there, or that looks pink, not red, or purple. Purple means it's fine, LL. Yeah, right, brother. You ain't gonna sell that bullshit to me. I mean, you might sell it to, some of the, cats that haven't bought it, but I know better. Purple definitely doesn't mean it's fine. Alright, so, alright, how the fuck are we gonna do this? Okay. Alright, I know a way. Okay, where is it? I might just have to do a workaround. I know what I'm looking for, but I don't know exactly where it is. Basically, I'm looking for, like, one of these thingies. There it is, right there. Basically, I'm looking for exactly that right there. That is exactly what we're looking for, folks. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm talking about. They can only hold so much up, and yeah. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. Yes. There we go. All right. That way we won't have no problems with structural integrity. Oh, little bastard. Don't be tearing up my shit, homie. Plus, builder frames are... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What he said right here, these building blocks are like literally the weakest. They don't support very much. And he's absolutely right on that. I just like building with these at first. That way, because see, I have a rough estimate of what I think things should look like in my mind. It's very a rough estimate. It's very vague. So I like to place it down and like see it in person. That way I can tweak it and make modifications before I commit to it. And yeah. That's the reason I always upgrade everything afterwards. Because there's been plenty of times I started to build something in steel, and then I looked at it and I was like, I don't like the way that looks. And it literally absolute takes forever to destroy that thing out. So But yeah, Jensen's absolutely correct. These stupid building blocks are literally the weakest. Okay, it's smarter to do a layout first. Concrete isn't easy to break. Um, that one was break back down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, and Jensen, just because I, go for the most structurally sound, I'll use, the step beyond the concrete and actually use the steel, even though like a bunch of my stuff is painted to look like concrete. This is actually steel, just because it's stronger and whatnot. And yeah, it's a real pain to break that crap out once you make a mistake. And holy crap, we are blowing up, folks. 58 people watching. Dude, you guys are superstars. Drop a W in the chat for you guys because you guys are what's making the channel blow up. And dude, I absolutely love it. Superstars. Okay, so I need to get up there and see how I'm going to do that. Okay. I know exactly how I'm going to do that. Okay, so basically, I will build, a catwalk thing, but not catwalk. It's and connect to the top of that, and then on top of that, I'm gonna put the catwalk, and then have a stairway down here that leads up. That way, you could walk along this catwalk that has the railing and everything. So, yeah, that's exactly how I'm gonna do it. Well, in a normal game, I kind of want that XP from personally upgrading to. Yeah, yeah, dude. And me in this one, it also helps because I got zombies completely turned off. I got loot set to, like whatever. That way, basically there's no loot and all that crap. And yeah, yeah, yeah. So, me, dude, there's been a bunch of times I'll be upgrading crap, and it's like, yep, there we go. Okay, all right, let's read or let's discover this perk or learning skill. Okay, all right. Where? What? You know what? All right. Okay, no, I did not save that. I need to start doing that. That way it saves time. Okay, alright, so I'm gonna look for that one thing right quick that I just used and save that. Okay, it was right there. Okay, alright, so click on that bad boy. Okay, got a star beside it. Alright, so it's now saved in our favorites. Now I need to look for the next thing I'm looking for. Which is basically this, but it's got that support block under it. So it should be in this section. Right there we go. I'm pretty certain that's it right there. We'll just need to do advanced. Advanced. That way we can make it line up the way it needs to. Okay, yep, that's exactly what. Ah, damn it. Okay, okay, so maybe it's not going to work out the way I thought. But, you know what? That's still perfectly okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because even though that won't line up here, the catwalk will line up from there to there. Yeah, that's perfect. You know what? Hey, baby, we're rolling with it. Okay. Yeah, there we go. There's a half block with a plate on the end that will connect it. Jensen, I think this right here will work because right now this isn't going to be the final thing. There's going to be the catwalk on top of this that's got the railing. So yeah, this right here, damn it, I knew I was going to fall. So yeah, that'll work fine right there for now. Okay, all right. So all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. All right, and that was that right there. Uh, yeah. Fuck it. I'll just put the other one right there. Okay. All right. Where was it? Bump. Shape. Okay. All right. So we're saving that one as a favorite. That way we won't have to search for that mug again. Okay. And we're just going to keep on keeping on. Okay. And all right. Now we'll bring up our favorites since we saved those two. There we go. Man, we're cooking with grease now, baby. All right, and we'll go into that. That way we can rotate this into position. Uh, love the visuals of half blocks, but hate that imaginary gap due to the mechanics of. Yeah, bro, dude, there is so much that I hate about dude, I know exactly what you're talking about, and 150% agree. It's like, dude, but there's just some limitations to the game. It's like you just got to deal with as a player, and it is literally a damn shame that you have to do it. But man, I get what you're saying exactly, and couldn't agree more, man. And it's a damn shame. It really is. That's the reason I tell people it's a love-hate relationship, man. I love this game, but like I said, it could be so much better. It really, really could. But like I said, I mean, it is still a great game, though. So, okay, come on. Yeah, it'd be entirely new physics for blocks to overlap each. Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and upgrade this beast. Okay. Now I need to check the time. Oh man, I literally can't believe I'm gonna do this, Jensen brother. This literally going to break my heart. Literally, I jumped up to 63 people in the stream a second ago, and literally I got 7 minutes on the timer. At least we now got a lot of shapes now compared to Legacy Day. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, Legacy days were, yeah, it was a whole nother beast. Yeah, in which I still like Legacy, but it's like, yeah, that was a whole nother beast that you had to contend with. Okay, scrap, iron. Oh, come on, I know what it's called. Okay, alright, I know where it's at. Iron, come on, man. I'm pretty certain that shit's called scrap iron, but Could be mistaken. Could be. Okay, alright, let's close that because I had that closed and that was right there and did not realize that I missed that wee bit. So yeah, this is why we double check, triple check everything, folks. That way it can be perfect in the end. Come on. There we go. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Man. Dude. I'm geeking out. That looks awesome. Okay, and so now we're going to have a stairway that extends up to here, and then once we get the stairway that extends up to there, we're going to put a catwalk with a metal railing around this, and basically we're going to build this same exact platform all the way along the perimeter of our CDC thing. Now, when you're not looking, I'll speak in and sneak in and take out all the landmines. LL, brother, you ain't gotta worry about that because the damn wildlife is doing it. Dude, oh my, dude, this wildlife. I turned off the zombies, but you can't turn off the wildlife. And dude, in my early days, before I had everything, secure, I would just literally hear random boom, boom, and it's like, God damn it, come on, man. Me and my animal army, hello. Oh man. Okay, all right, back to what I was doing, because it is getting close. Jensen, a quick question. Are you planning on streaming anytime tonight? I know you said you're at work, but I don't know what time that ends for you. Okay, all right. Stairs, stairs, stairs. Nope, no, nope. Yep, no. Okay. Which ones? I think those are the ones that I want. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. No. I won't till Saturday. Oh, okay, okay. Well, the only reason I ask is because my time is coming to an end, unfortunately. And I was about to say, I was like, hey man, I was like, dude, if you're about to set up shop, I was like, dude, man, I was like, I got 63 viewers right now. I was like, dude, I could try to do a raid, brother. Okay, bump, bump, bump. Okay, what the fuck are you doing? Come on! What the fuck is going on? Okay, there we go. What the fuck? Dude, come on, get your shit together, 7 days. Now let's do a simple. Yeah, okay, okay. The fuck? The hell is going on there? I don't think those are the ones. I think those were. Yeah, back to work for me, bro. Take it. Take it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No worries, brother. Yeah, which I'm ending in a minute anyways. So, Okay, oh hell, this is horrible, absolutely horrible. 66 people in the stream right now. Oh, guys, how I would love to keep going, because I literally never have that many viewers in the chat. So, but I committed myself to streaming for 6 hours today. Yes, and unfortunately, it just hit midnight. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and give a special shout out to a couple of my fellow Death Kings. We got Guyver 13 and the Rage 34. They stopped in our stream earlier, and I want to give a special shout out to X Pluzo that was in our stream earlier. Earlier we got to talk about some pretty heavy stuffs in my personal life and whatnot, and he was there for that, and I greatly appreciate him. Also, the COD Pro, Brandon, dude, that cat, special shout out. My boy the Reneth Knight, and also right here, our brother Jensen's Gaming, the Picasso of interior decoration. And lastly, the most special shout out to all you lurkers out there. You guys are what makes this possible. I sincerely appreciate all the support. It would be awesome to hear from you guys, because if you guys take the time out of your day to write a comment in chat, one, I would be honored by that, but two, you better believe I'm going to take time out of my day to respond to that, because if I didn't, I'd be a complete ass. With that said, lurkers, you guys are awesome, man. Thank you so much for the support. With that said, I am your host, Raven126 Entertainment, saying until next time, guys, take it easy and have a great day.